Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 21-part video series showing you how to create MDM house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So let's go to new, select that. We need to change this to architecture template and then browse. As of now, I'm in Imperial. I'm going to make it as metric. So I'm going to go drop down template and then I'm going to use US metric and then default metric. So press open and then OK. And then as you can see, we have our elevation tags right here on this side. And then we need to add in grid lines. So under architecture, we have the grid line on the right side right here, or we could type in GR. So keyboard shortcut, GR, and then we're going to select from below to above, and then it will be grid line number 1. And you want to put it between the elevation tags. So we're going to start right here, going above. And then we can press escape. And then you want to make sure to check your unit. So UN, and I'm sure that it's under millimeters. So I'm good. So millimeters and right that. So select it again. And we want to copy it. So you can go under modify and then select copy, or you could just type in CO. And then you want to make sure that multiple is checked so that you could just add multiple grid lines like this. And you want to put your mouse on the right side because we're going to add multiples of this. And then you want to check if you have angles, so you want to make sure that it's horizontal. So we're going to type in 1880, press enter, and then 4160, enter, and then we have grid line number 4, which is 1830. And then lastly, we have 1970. So press escape and then escape. And we could just select all of this and then put it in the middle so that everything is nicely in the middle with the elevation tags. And then after that, press escape, and then you can type in GR again, and then we need to go from right to left. Press escape multiple times, and then here, as you can see, we finish at 5, and then it starts with 6 again. You can select that, and then we could change it to a capital A, so that we have numbers and then we have letters on the horizontal and vertical plane. And then it's good for coordination, so that you'll say that, oh, I'm gonna place this one on A1 and then A2 and whatever your grid lines is. So it's for coordination. Also, it's usually where the where you put columns as well, and then so depending on the size and the structure, you'll be able to add the columns there, walls, and all those kind of stuff. So most of all for architecture, it's for coordination. And then press escape multiple times, select grid lines, type in CO to copy, or you could just select this one under modify again, and then check multiple. We already checked it before, so it stays like this now. So only if you start it again that the multiply is unchecked. So that's the default one. So here from A to B, so we're going to put 3,000. And then right after that, 1,400. You want to make sure that your 90 degrees, it's not creating any angle. And then after that, we're going to have 2,850. After that, 1,740. And then after that, it will be 1,325. 1,180. And then next thing is 2,700. 1,180. 675. And then 3,800. There we go. So we have A until K, and don't you worry. As you can see, this one is too far. So we could select that. And then as you can see also that there is a dashed line. That indicates that if we move this, everything will move. As you can see, it moves all together. And then we're going to maybe add more rooms at the top because I'm planning on adding dimensions that will help us. So here I could stretch this, and then as you can see, everything follows along. And then we could even make this one shorter because we don't need that too much. So here, let's just move it in the center like that. Press escape and then escape again. And then we could select the dimension or type in DI. And here we could just zoom in and then select all the grid lines all together. As you can see, we could select on the side afterwards. And then one overall as well. And then there you go. So we have 1880, 4160, 1830, 1970, and altogether that's 9840. And then we're going to add dimensions as well on this side. And then we're just going to add all those dimensions, and we could just leave it like that so that everything is accordingly added. And then we're going to put overall. So we have 3,000, 1,400, 2,850, 1,740, 1,325, 1,180, 2,700 again, 1,180, 675, and 3,800. And altogether, that's 19,850. So zoom out. So we have our dimensions added. We're going to go to our, we could close this ceiling plan. We're not going to use that yet. And then we could go to our south elevation because we're going to add in our levels. So go click on south. As you can see, we have level 1 to 2 at 4,000 or 4 meters. So 4,000 millimeters, we're going to select that, and then we're going to make it as 3,000 only. So level 1 to level 2, and then we could push this upwards. We could add in levels. So we're going to go under architecture, and then here on the right side beside grid lines is level, or we could type in LL. So we're going to type in LL, and we could go and add from 3,000. So everything is level 1, 3,000 to level 2. and then level 2 to 3,000 to level 3 is 3,000 as well. And then as you can see, you want to make sure that everything is intersecting, or else if we go to level 3, so for example level 3, everything is showing. If we drop this down and it's not intersecting with the level, as you can see, it doesn't show the grid line or the vertical grid lines that we have here. So you want to make sure that everything is over or intersecting so that it shows. And then after that, I'm planning to add in ground. So it's either you put in level 1 as ground, or you want to change everything. So for me, what I'm gonna do to make it simpler for me is I'm just gonna type in LL again, and I'm going to have around maybe 600 or 400. It's showing as level 4, but I'm going to change that to ground. I want to make everything same, so I'm going to type in as capital G and then ground floor. You want to say yes because it will change the naming here as well. So press yes, and then we have ground floor, and then level 1 to 3 is showing. Here, you want to add an elbow. So there's a zigzag showing there once you click a level, similar to this, but that is so that you could adjust the naming so that everything is not overlapping and it's clear to see. So as you can see, everything is done like that, and you want to make sure that everything is intersecting again so that all the grid line is showing. You can also change the name for level 3 to roof, but that's depending on you if you want to do that. So now, what if I want to add another level? Definitely you can do that. You can also select the level. So depending on how you want to add your level is how this one will interact with you. So for example, if you select this, type in CO, just copy, and then add another level to that. As you can see, level 5 appears. Of course, you can also change the naming to number 4 so that everything is in the proper sequencing. But as you notice, we have level 5 here, but there's no level 5 here. If that happens, the way that you added the level in regards to just copying is different. So for me, when I added the ground floor and then the level 3, I use LL, and it will instantly add the level here. But if you just created a copy, you will need another step so that it will appear here. So to do that step, you need to go to view and go to plan view, and then click on floor plan, and then here level 3, and then press OK. So now level 3 will appear in your project browser. So now we don't need this actually, so we could just delete that. So here we're just going to delete that, and then we could just pull this one lower like that, and you want to make sure everything is intersecting again. So the question is, what's the purpose of just doing a copy? Because for example, if you have a 50-story building, it's so hard to just keep on adding levels like this one by one just for this one to show. So the faster way is you can select this and then create a copy. If it's all 3,000 levels, create a copy one by one, and then it doesn't show here, so you go to view and then click on plan view and then add all of those levels again so that it shows here. So that goes to show that there's a lot of different ways to do stuff in Revit, and then you just need to explore that so that you become more equipped and just to make your life easy. So we have now added levels with ground floor, and what we need to do is go to level 1 again. We're gonna touch the ground floor later on, but here now on level 1, we double check that our grid lines or our elevation tags are added, and then as you can see, if there is some grid lines that are overlapping, you can also create an elbow, and then you can push them either on this side or this side. So it really depends on you. So cleaning up makes your life easy, and everything is organized like this. So there's no overlapping. And also, now that we're here, we can start in and add our walls. So I'm gonna start off by adding exterior wall. So go to architecture. We have walls right here. We can type in WA, and it will provide different generic walls that you can have. I know in newer Revit, the generic wall is not there anymore. So you can always just select one of these exterior walls right here and then edit it again. So once you edit, make sure you duplicate it, because you always want to keep the original and then just duplicating it. And then now we could have exterior wall number 1 like that. And then here on structure, you could just delete all of this. So you still have the generic wall similar to I showed you earlier. The only thing that will not be deleted is the core boundaries, structure, and core boundaries. That's because that's the default walls that they have, and then you add layers afterwards. So for now, we're going to delete all of this, and then here as well, and then leave this one. It's up to you to change the materials and the thickness. So here I'm going to change the material to something generic as well. So gypsum wallboard, and then press OK. And then the thickness, I'll put it at 200. And then press OK. So now we have an exterior wall number 1 that is different with everything else. So press OK. And then now we're going to check. So if it's chain, it's already default. Wall center line, I'm just going to put it in the center. You can also do finish exterior or core. So it really depends on you, but I'll put it at wall center line. And also, if you check, we're base constrained to level 1, meaning we're in level 1 at the moment, and then we want it to be connected to our top, and then we want it to only be up to level 2. We don't want it to be all the way up or unconnected, because nothing is it's not going to be concise. That's why we added levels, so that we want it this level is only 3000 millimeters. We don't want it to be 8000 because that's too much. That's why we need to set all of those boundaries. So now, once we're done, we could add that wall now. So wall, and then we add walls right here. So I'm going to start at, of course, A1. So let's go to A1 up to A5. Go down I want to add it up to C5, and then I want to go around here. Around this one, I'm going to put it around 7,000, or make it 6,500. And then I'm going to add up to B. So here up to B grid line, and then going to B1. This will be our backyard. So it's just a small backyard, but later on we're going to change this to a different wall, so border wall only. But for now, we're going to connect them. So this will be our outside area, and we're going to change that later on. So once we determine everything, here I'm going to connect B1 again all the way to H1, and then we're going to go across H. This one is H3, and then here we're going to go down to H or J3, and then going across to J4, and then here we could actually go all the way to J5, and then we're going to close it off to C5 like that. And then I want to add something right here. So we're going to add E1 to E2, and then just going down right here. So we will have our living area, our kitchen and dining area right here. And then we're going to have like a small family room right here. And then this is our dirty kitchen, or we could put this one as laundry room, so that it's easier for everyone. And then we're going to have access from here to there. So this will be our entrance, and then our stairs right here going up. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start working on our project. We added grid lines, we added exterior wall, and then we have dimensions and levels. So before we start, what we want to do is save our project first. So I'm gonna go and click on save right here, and I want to put it on the location that I want to. So here I'm going to go to Revit, and then I'm just going to name it as house, and then click on option, and then you want to make sure that your maximum backup are in 20 if you're a beginner. If you're intermediate, around 10, and then if you're good enough, around 5. So I'm just going to put it at 10. So I put it at 10 so that every time we save, we will have a backup of that save. And then once it hits 10 backups, we'll be able to, it will actually override the oldest one. So it's a good way of doing that, so that we will always have the backup of a backup. So in case something went wrong, you will always go back to that project. So click OK, and then here just click on save. So now we save our project. We have a copy of that. You can do is we can save it again so that we could create a copy of a copy, and then now we can start. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to create another wall, and this will be an interior wall actually. So duplicate this, and instead of exterior, interior. And then this will be number 1, and then press OK. And then we're going to leave the gypsum wallboard material and then 200 thickness. So press OK and then OK again. And then now we're going to create this wall right here. So from E5 to E3. So we're going to add that wall right there. Press escape, and then what we can do is we could close this off. So this is H3 to H4, and then H4 to Jack 4 actually. So that's gonna be the powder room, the small one right there. And then we can press escape, and here this walls, we're just gonna delete this, or actually, we don't need to delete it. We could just select both of them by holding on Control button, and then we could just put it as an interior wall. So basically, we're exchanging that to an interior wall because this is interior wall, and this will be the laundry room right here. So next thing that we're gonna do is we're going to add furniture so that we could see how this one look. But before that, we could add in some doors so that we could see how everything lays out. So if you click on component, and then here we could select some components right here. And then actually the door is under here, and then you can type in DR. So we're gonna use door, but this door is the one that I don't like because it doesn't have the knobs, the door knobs. So what we're gonna do is we're going to insert and then load family, and then we have different kinds of doors that we have right here. We could go to metric, and then we could select the door. And then here we have different kinds of residential doors. We also have double sliding doors, and then we could go right here and see the ones that we could add. So we could add this one, door interior, single, 2 panel wood. Press open, and for me, I like just the 2000. So we have different kinds of width, but the height is 2000. So I'm going to select all of this style right here, up to 900 by 2000, because this one is 2100 and then 2400. So we're not gonna use it. So we're just going to load whatever we want to, so that it doesn't affect the size of our Revit. So press OK and then press yes. So now if we press DR, we'll be able to select the door that we want. Of course, this is not the door that is going to fit on us. That's too small. But here, I'm going to add the pantry door. And then here, we're going to add the one for the washroom. So depending on the size that you want, you can increase it by, you can select this one and then go to drop down and then select. If you want to make it 900, you can do so. But I'm just gonna undo that. 700 is good enough for me. Here, it's up to you. If you want it to be maybe 750, why not? So depending on what size you want, you can increase that or decrease it So now we have this one added, and then we could start adding different size of furniture. So now I'm gonna load and then go back to the main and then go and select furniture right here. I want to add a table first. So let's add in the table. And if you don't have this, because this is all default Revit families, I have it in description in part 1. So part 1 of this series, I have a description there, and it will have some link, and then this will be the second link right there. So press OK, open, or the first link actually, and then we could select CM. This is just a regular component, so CM, and we could put in the biggest one right here, and I'm just going to add it onto this area right here because I'm planning to have our kitchen right here. So maybe I'm going to put the fridge right here on this side, and then we have some cabinets, and then it will be an L shape. So I'm planning on doing that, and then this will be our living area, and then this probably, or this will be the family room or the grand room, and then this will be the living area. So either way, we're going to have that. I'm planning to add here is maybe those the one with a furnace, so it will have a mantle and those kind of stuff, modern mantle, and then this will be an entertainment area, so it will have TV, and then we have some cabinetries and those kind of stuff as well. So that's my plan, but for now, let's load in more furniture. Let's go back here, let's go to seating, and then we're going to add, I believe this one is good. I'm gonna add this chair brewer. Press open, CM. So once you add it, make sure to add it again so that it's the next thing that will pop out once you type in CM. And then here, we could also increase this size if you want to. So for example, if this is not big enough for you, we could edit this, so duplicate, and then we could put this one as dining area, dining table, and then now we're editing sizes now for our family. So width, let's make it 1000, and then this, make it 2300 for the length. So now it will completely different now. So we're going to delete this first, and then nudge this one outside, and then we're going to move this one right here, and then select that, and then we can do mirror, and then here select the 3 of them by holding on control button, and then selecting right here. So mirror, we could do mirror by drawing axis, or just pick axis, because most of the time it will give you the midpoint of everything. So now we have an edited version of a family that we edited. So as you can see, it's very easy to edit a family. So you can basically do that. So we're going to add some seating here as well. So let's add in another one. Let's add in a sofa on this side. So I'm going to use M_sofa and then CM. So here we have our sofa. As you can see, the space, or we can maybe add in more or make it bigger. So we need to edit that. So to make it bigger, and then we can put this one as sofa. So I'm just putting in random names or just regular names so that it's easier for us to remember. So here we could just add in like that. We could add a table on the side so that it looks nice, and then we can CS, create similar, and then spacebar to rotate. So now we have this nice one. We can even add bookshelf if we want to, so that it looks nice. It looks like our library. And then of course we're going to add something here as well. And then we can just move this one, nudge it on the right side so that we have enough space on the side here. So now let's load in more. I want to have the Corbeau sofa on this side. So CM, and then we could add the bigger one right here. I'm also going to add a wall right here. So CS, create similar, and then we're going to have it up to here because we're going to have a stairs right here. So we're going to need that space here, and then we need this one to be closed off. We could now add or make this one bigger. So this sofa, Corbeau, duplicate it, sofa number 2. The depth, we can make it 800 or 850. This height, just regular, and then width, I'm going to make this one 2500. And as you can see, it looks nice, it's big. And then we could just have something here later on, or on this side. The same, maybe like a table here. So AL, we could add or align this one to the wall so that it looks good. So there we go. And then maybe to nudge it in place. So AL again to completely add it to the wall, or just putting it to the wall. And then now let's add in the table. So go back here, table, and then we have different kinds of table. We're going to add that table as well, and then the nightstand table. So CM, I'm going to add this nightstand here. There we go. And then CM, or actually CS again. So for it similar, and then add it on this side. CM, there we go. And then AL to align it here, so that everything looks nice. We have enough space here. Nothing is going to hit anybody from this corner right here. So that looks good. And then here, we said that we're going to have some storage. So maybe a shelving like this one. So click open, CM, and then we could just add the shelvings right here. So that will look nice there. And then also maybe some shelvings, and then in the middle, we could add in the one that I told you about, like a mantle with fireplace. We could create an electrical fireplace. So for now, let's just add in the shelvings so that everything looks good. And then once we have time, we're going to create that, and then it will look nice for sure. And then after that, as you can see, we have this one already added. We have shelvings there for books and everything. Let's add in another table, but the coffee table. So going here, load, go back, and then the table. And then here we're going to have the coffee table, which is this one. CM, add it first, and then let's change the size I think this one's perfect, the size. If you need to change this size, you could just edit, but make sure to duplicate. Always duplicate the original so that you created yours, and then you can always rename it and those kind of stuff. So that's a good rule to have, is to always save the original and copy it and duplicate it. So here I'm just going to replicate this one. It looks nice. It looks good. If it's not, because we're going to create this entertainment area here, we're gonna revise it for sure. So now we're good here. We're good here. Next thing we're gonna do, maybe a small chair here, or those decorative chair, a featured chair. So we could go to seating again, and then we're going to look for a nice decorative chair that we have. We could use this one, so CM, and then we just need to make it, so most of the time I go to the corner so that it changes the chair angle. As you can see, you can go in whatever angles you have, but if you go to a corner, as you can see, it changes the direction or the angle. So I'm going to use this one like that. We could have one or two because we have enough space. And then here we could just delete this one, CS, and then just add it like that. So that's good enough. We have enough space here, so it's not going to be bothersome. Of course, we could just nudge it in place if it is, but looks like everything is good, so I'm good with that. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna load some lights, because we could add in some table lights here for the nightstand. So here, let's go to lighting, and then architecture, and then internal, and then let's look for not a floor lamp but a table lamp. We could use this one, click open, and then CM to add it instantly. As you can see, we added there, but it's not showing, but it's there. So what I usually do is go and create a section so that I can see everything. So I'm going to double click here, and as you can see, this one is not at the proper height. So I'm going to try and align this one from this one. So I click tab so that I can select that part right there. So it's probably you have to click multiple times for that to be selected, but that's how I did it, and you can do that as well. So now we have this the proper height or proper offset from host. So as you can see, it's now in the proper height there. So now it shows on that. So the good thing about selecting this one and type in CS or create similar, which is this one, is that it records the offset or the parameters that you set on this one. So now we don't need to add 762 on that. So we just need to CS, and then it will be in the proper height now. So as you can see right there. So once you set that, it's just easy to add it again on the same table. So we're good with that. And then we added lights here. Maybe we could add in one more, those floor lamps. So I'm going to stand up floor lamp. So I'm going to add that, open, CM, and then I'm going to add it on this side so that we have lights here. And then we could create this nice entertainment system area right here. We even might have to extend this one. So that will be on the next video. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the doors and then we added some of the interior walls and then furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to do is to add the L-shaped kitchen with an island right here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to click here under architecture, component, and then model in place. We're going to select generic model and then press OK. And then you can even name this. You can put it as base cabinet for kitchen or whatever name you want, but I'm just gonna leave it at generic model number 1. And then after that, we're going to create an extrusion and then we're going to select this rectangle right here. And then I'm planning on adding the fridge right on this area, so I'm gonna give some space. And the good thing about model in place is that it is easy to manipulate afterwards. So we're just going to create this for now, and then we could extend it or decrease it depending on how we want it. So here, the depth, I'm gonna set it as 700. You can even put it as 800 because we have enough space. So it's really depending on you. Just to be sure, I'm going to put 750 and then here as well 750. And then of course you need some space on this side for people to have some room to go in, go out from the laundry. So I'm going to extend this one all the way right here, and that's good enough space. And then here will be the fridge, and then I'm gonna create a casing for the fridge, and then we're gonna add those fridge right there. So TR, trim to extend, and then delete this part right here. And then we're going to create an extrusion around 900. I believe that's 900, yes. And then, or actually we're going to put it at 800, and then we're going to set the material, and then we're going to choose one of those wood material. So I'm going to choose one of this. I'm going to pull it up and then glue glum 24H, and then click finish right there. So we have that one created, and then we're going to add in our countertop. So we're going to create again extrusion, but we're going to set it at the top of here. So pick a plane, and then we're going to select the top of this one. So now it will be exactly at the 85 or 800 height, and then we're just going to extrude it 25. So the thickness for the countertop, and then we're going to put it at a stone material. So granite cup polish, we're going to use that. Apply, and then OK. So now we're going to do the same thing, but we're just going to use this so that we don't need to do trim and extend. and then click finish. So now if we see this one, we could go 3D. As you can see, we have that one all to the proper height, and then this one is 25 millimeters thick for the countertop. And then of course we're gonna create some top cabinets as well. So now we're going to go at level 1 again, and then here it's really up to you if in terms of how you're gonna add it. I'm going to create another extrusion on top of this, and then I'm gonna use this one again, rectangle, and then I'm going to add around 500 or even 450 if you want. 450. This will be for the cabinets at the top level of the kitchen. So here I'm going to trim and extend, and then delete those small ones. Here I'm going to make it a little big, 900, and the good thing about this one is I could estimate it while I'm in 3D. So if I finish this, I can pull it up like that. We're going to have 200 for the flooring, so I'm gonna estimate it like that, and as you can see, we have our cabinets already there. So we can set it up a little bit higher or a little bit down if you want. I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm going to have a backsplash as well. We could put in some lights, and then we're gonna put some faces on this kitchen cabinets. But here we need to change it to the same one as the base cabinet, and then there you go. That looks good right there. 200 for the floor, so it will be around here. We're just estimating it now, so maybe we could do it properly here. So we have 3,000. What we can do is we could finish this first, go to level 1, and then we could create a section. So click here and then section, so that we could see everything. So flip this one and then press escape and then double click this one. So now we can be exactly just 200 of this. So if you want to be exact, you can definitely be, so that we don't have any more problems. For some reason it's not doing it, so I'm just going to manually decrease on there. So there we go, 200. Actually we could even edit in place so that, so now I think that's good enough even for the backsplash. So we're good with that. We have the thickness here. It really depends on you if you want to pull it up or down a little bit more. For me, I'm just estimating it, and then I think this is good enough. So we have this one all the way to the top, and then we have backsplash here. So for the backsplash, what I'm gonna do as well is I'm going to add something here. So I'm gonna edit in place, extrusion, and then I'm going to create an extrusion from here. We're gonna make it a little bit bigger for now, because it's giving us some problem. We could put in 10. So 5 is too thin. So I'm gonna put in 10 for the thickness. There we go. And then we could just trim and extend again. And then delete those small ones. And then we should change the material. So let's go to the stone. And then we have let's use this one, cut rough. Or we could do maybe mosaic. Let me look in the materials here because I know we have not concrete. Oh, let's put in tile, yes. So ceramic tile. We're going to use ceramic tile. So there we go. And we should go click finish and then go to section so that we could manually pull it up and pull it down if it's too much. So there we go. So everything is looking proper. Every distance and everything is good. So now we could click on finish here and then we set everything else. I want now to add the fridge here, and then we could assess and then build the casing for that. So let's go to insert, load family, and we have specialty equipment here. And then we could put in domestic and then mid-range, and then we could select those. So let's toggle to others. Even the range we need or where we can do is a countertop. So it really depends on you. So this one we're gonna use open, then CM, and then we could just put it in the middle right here. I'm going to remove the show label. So I'm going to select this one, edit type, and then uncheck this one. So now we could create a section going on this side, and then we're going to flip it so that we can see what's going on here, and then we could add in the casing that we want. I think the sizing is perfect, so I'm happy with that. So I'm going to edit this, and then we're going to edit in place, and I'm going to put in an extrusion, pick a plane, and then I'm going to select this wall. There we go. And we're going to create a casing for this. And then remove things that are double there. So I'm going to SL, split this one, TR, trim and extend. There we go. And then click on finish. And then it's better to look at it at, on level 1 so that we could extend the casing size. We could just put this one all the way to the fridge door. So AL, it's not actually working, so we could just estimate it. So that's good enough. Click finish, and then actually we forgot to set the material. I'm going to set the material for this one with the same one, the Gulam. There we go. So now if we see it in 3D, we can see that everything is with casing. And then here, I want the same one with the case, but with a different one. So we have those stove, built-in stove and microwave. I want to add that. So here, because we use model in place, you can see that it's so easy for us to move this one like that and give some space for what we're planning to add. So I'm going to go to section 1 to make it easier for me. I'm going to pull it out like this, give it some space, not a lot, but good enough so that we can see where the door will be. So here is the wall for the door, and then we could estimate. So I'm going to put it right here so that we have room for people to come in and out. So I'm going to pull it like this, AL. I'm going to move everything else. So AL from here. There we go. And then let's go to level 1, go to insert, load family, and we have those dual. So this one, oven double. So I'm going to use this one. Click open, and then press escape, CM, and then we have the oven right here. I'm going to face it like this, and then remove the label as well, so it doesn't bother us, and then AL, and then align it right here like that. Move it closer, or if we want, we're just going to estimate. I'm going to put the casing here so we have enough space to walk. So I'm just going to leave it like that then. Go to section, pull it up so that it's in the right height. I'm going to estimate. We could load here and then load here. There's good enough. So around 800 is perfect height for this one. And then now we're going to do the casing as well with the same Gulam material. So edit, and then extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select the wall, and then make sure this one is changed. So Gulam, go down, and then select this one, and then go create the case for this, something like that. Make sure the distance from here is the same one as this, or you can move this one in the middle so that everything looks nice. And then here we could just create this one right here for the case, and then click finish. And then if we click finish again and go to 3D, as you can see, we have enough. And then you could just move this one again. There we go. And then that looks perfect, as you can see. And then of course, we're going to add the faces for this. So we're going to create those ones. So the plan for the next video is add those faces. We have the handles already as well. So I'm going to show you where to download it. Most of the time it's in part 1 description of this series. So go check out those descriptions there. Usually we have two links, so you can grab it there. So looks like enough space to go to the laundry room. And then we have this one right there, and then the fridge right here. We're gonna put in cabinets at the top as well. We could put a big cabinet here, and then maybe we could make this one as open just to change it. So actually we could do that now, just quickly. So section, select this one, add it in place, and then we could create and then void extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select this plane right here, and then we're going to create the rectangle right there. AL, and then click on finish, and then let's go and cut geometry, and then let's see how it looks. It's better to see it right here. And then we can pull it back a little bit so that it's not all the way. So that's looking good right there. So I'm happy with the way that looks there. So in the next video, we're going to continue working on this. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, as you can see, we created the kitchen. It's an L-shaped kitchen. And then we're going to put later on, once we finish everything here, we're going to put in the island here. But here we added the backsplash, the top and lower cabinet, and then the casing for the double oven, and then our fridge. So now we're gonna put in the face of those cabinets right here so that we can see it much better, and then it looks a lot clean. So we're gonna go to our section. So we're gonna start in by section 1, and then we're gonna put in the face for either the base or the lower. So but we could start off by using this one right here. So my plan is to have this one open, so without any cabinet. So on the last video I showed you how to create those void forms, and then we were able to void this one, as you can see here. You can even select the depth if you want it to be depth like that, or you want to maximize the depth like this. So it really depends on you. So go back to section 1, and then now we could just select this one as well, edit in place, and then we could just add in our face here. So go to extrusion, and then pick a plane, and then we're going to select this plane right here, which is this one. And then it's already Gulam 24H. So we're happy with that. And then I'm going to put this one as 10 for the extrusion. So it's just going to extrude 10. And then we're going to put in rectangle. So now I'm going to add in a rectangle right here. I'm going to lower it a little bit down. And then one notch right here. I'm just using my arrow button so that it's not all the way to the edge. And then I'm going to put in the midpoint right here. And then we could pick in and then put in 5 so that we could see the midpoint of everything. So now we can click on tab, delete this one. So now we have this first half, and then this second half, and this is the gap. So what we can do is we could click rectangle and then do an offset. So I'm just gonna offset this one to probably 50, and then from this, and then space bar, and then to the edge as well. And then here to the edge as well. And then now SL here. So split element on both, and then split element on here, and then we could just delete this one right here. Click finish, and then we could see how this one looks. So we have our cabinet on that side. So that looks good. We could just add in our handle there. And then after that, we could add in some beautiful extrusions here. So edit again, and then because this one is just gonna be bare, so I want to add this design right here, the same thing that we're doing right now. Notch it at the top. I'm just putting in one notch, and then here as well. And then I'm gonna copy that as well on the others. I'm gonna add this one right here. And then I'm going to align it so that everything is aligned. And then now I'm going to add this one right here. Then I'm just going to align it all together so that it looks nice. And then here, trim and extend, TR, trim and extend right here. So on this side, I'm gonna notch it and then align it here at the top, and then align it here. And then on this side, we could align it all together on this side as well, so that it becomes consistent. And then here, we could offset this one to 50, and then go from end to end, space bar if needed. There we go. So that looks good right there. I'm happy with that. So we could just click on finish. And then if we go to 3D, and then if we change this one, at least we will get the shaded color or consistent color if you want. Just like that. So I'm happy with that. So now we're going to click on or create the faces from below first. But before that, we need to know where the sink and then where the sink and the cooktop as well. So I'm planning on, so if we go right here, I want maybe the sink on this side so that we could, if you want, you could create a window here, but having all the backslash and everything, that's fine. So I'm gonna put in the sink, and then I'm going to put in the cooktop right here in the middle. So go to insert, load family, and then cooktop electric or gas. So I'm gonna select the cooktop gas. Click open, CM, and then the cooktop is going to be right here, actually, this side in the middle. There we go. Of course, I don't want the cooktop label right there, so uncheck this one. And then go back, press escape, load family again. We need a sink, and then we need those hood, range hood. So it's not here, so go back, go to high end, and then we need to have those so if you notice, we could put in the hood right here, and then we need the wall one, hood island, and then hood wall. So this one, hood wall. And then I just remember we're going to create an island here, so I'm going to put the sink there, so that's much better there. So hood vent, space bar, and then put it right there. And then I don't want the label to show, so uncheck that one. And then we have to go to section so that we could assess the height of that. So here we could just move it all the way to the top and then pull it down so that it only shows this one right here. So if we check 3D so that we could see everything, it will look like that. So that looks good right there. If you want to show all the grill, what you need to do is change the fine to this one, to fine there. So the design detail or detailed level, and everything will show up like that. So that's good right there. So we have everything added, so we could assess now how you're going to add the doors. So what you need to do first is go to section again. So now we have this one right there. We could change the detail to fine, and then here we could put in shaded or consistent color so that we could see it much better. And then as you can see, we have that one there, and we could go and select this one again, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select the plane here. There we go. So it's selected this plane right here so that we can stick it there. First, I'm going to put in 5 because we need the cabinet door first, and then the extrusion afterwards. Make sure materials is Glue Glam 24H, and then we need this one right here with an offset of 10. So spacebar, and then make sure to select at the end right there. So we have the gap as 10, and then we need to visualize the midpoint right here. Of course, we don't need the offset anymore to 0. And then we could just copy. I'm going to add it here. 480. We could copy this one again. Maybe 480 as well. And then now this one is the trickiest. So we just need to make everything 400. We could go multiply this. So when you copy CO, you could just copy multiple times. We don't need to keep on adding. and then here the end is just like that. Okay, and then here 400 again. We can make this one smaller, and we have the corner right here. So anyway, so that's just there, and we can make this one smaller like that. Let's make it 300. There we go. And now we could just click there and then offset this to 10. So I'm gonna select each and every one of this, and then we could offset this one. And then after that, here's the drooling part is we need to cut this one in the middle or in which corner you want. We need this so that we have a more realistic extrusion for the cabinet doors. And then we need to trim and extend on this one so that everything is clean and we don't get that error. But if we do forgot to trim and extend one, Revit will let us know. So TR to trim and extend, and then you just need to go to each and every one of them. There we go. And then here, this will be the side. There we go. So now every gap is good. And then of course, some of them will be a drawer, so we could just add in one here, and then another one here, and then maybe this one is another drawer, different size. So different kinds, and then maybe this one is just this kind of drawer. Offset them to 10 again, so it will be consistent. And then SL to give them the cut there, and then we could just clean it up. So everything will be efficient, and then you're cutting everything correctly. And then TR, trim and extend. There we go. Now we could just click on finish so that we know everything is done properly. It's not done yet. We could change it to 10 and then offset this one with a void so that it's easier as well. So we have that one there. We can extend this. If you notice, we have enough room here. Once we have this one there, we could just manually expand it there so that everything looks nice and we don't have that large gap there. So after that, I changed this one to 10. We can now edit workplace or edit extrusion again, but go to section again. But here, what we need to do is we need to do a extrusion. Finish here, create void extrusion, and then here we need the pickup plane, which is this plane right here. And then here we're going to put -5, and then here 5. Okay, -5 and 5. And then here, select this, and then put in 50 offset. And then let's just try it here. Spacebar. And then click on Finish, and then Cut Geometry. And then let's review the way it looks. So that looks good right there. So I'm happy with the way that looks there. So that means we're correct with our extrusion at start and then end. So I'm going to edit this one, edit extrusion, meaning we're just gonna do it in one shot. Now, because we tested everything, it's gonna be easy for us, spacebar, just to keep selecting the one end to one end. So as you can see, so everything will have a design, and we're good with that. So click on Finish, click on Cut, and there is your change. And then as you can see, we can estimate this part right there. And then click Finish. So the bottom and then the casing here looks nice. Everything looks proper. What we can do here is we could pull it down a bit only, so that the casing doesn't look bad like that. And this one here, we could add in another case here. Okay, so now we're just going to replicate that at the top. So we're gonna build cabinets here and then all the way here. So we're gonna do that on the next video. So thank you for watching. I hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the gas cooktop, and then we added the hood, and we started with this. Now we're still going to continue because we still have a lot to add on. So we need to go back to section 1 and finish off the top part of this. So what I'm gonna do now is select this and then edit in place, and then we need to create again extrusion and then pick a plane, and I'm going to choose this one right here. Click on tab so that everything is highlighted in this face. After that, create, and then we need to create an extrusion. We want to make sure this is 10 again, and then this is 0. And here, select this one, offset to 10, and category for the material, we need this one, Coulam 24H. And then after that, we can then add in right here. I want to connect it on this side as well, so that's why I'm giving it some space and then space bar, so that it looks good here. And then I'm going to flip it a little bit here And as you can see, that looks good right there. Align it at the top part. And then we need to do it the same way here. Put it 10. And then spacebar. There we go. And then I'm going to align it at the top. And then from the bottom. And then after that, click Finish. And then we need to create, actually we forgot to edit this part right here. We need to divide it. So I'm going to divide it somewhere right here in the middle. You can be exact if you want. And then copy this one, CO. And then I'm planning to do it maybe similar to that at the bottom. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to align it so that it looks identical to one below. And then copy it again, add it one there, and then one here, and then another one. So I'm giving it some space now so that all cabinets I could just align afterwards. And then I'm just going to leave that big space right there. So I'm going to align it here. AL again. AL to align it. AL. And make double here. And then align it. And then that's good enough. And then at least everything is aligned properly. This one can be big enough or small enough, so depending on what you want, I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then maybe we could add in some glass doors right here, so that it looks nice. So we'll think about it. But for now, we need to type in SL and slice it. I'm going to slice this on the left side so that I just need to trim and extend on the right side. So it's a lot easier, and then I'm just going to remember that. It's easy to remember to do that instead of trimming on both sides. So TR, so we just need to trim on this side, and we know it will create that gap, as you can see. And then do it at the top part. There we go. So that looks good. We could just do another one on this side, and then maybe one at the other side as well. And then we could offset it to 10. I just need to know which one is, so that everything is consistent. SL. And then just split it at the top. And then TR, trim and extend. There we go. And now we could just click on Finish. and then look at it and see everything looks good. So now we could just do extrusion, and then here we need to set it up. Actually, it's not extrusion, it needs to be a void extrusion. So that's a big difference there. Click and then pick this one, and then now we need to do the -5 and 5 here. And then we need a rectangle with 50 offset, and then we need to put it on the inside, so we need to put spacebar on it, and that looks consistent there. I'm not gonna put anything here. I'm planning on putting glass now on this side only, so I'm going to just quickly add all of this void on this side, and then click finish, and then cut geometry. So that's good right there. And then we need another one, void extrusion, and then void, pick a plane, and then we could select this plane right here. I'm going to void this one, but start it at 10 and then 10. And then 50 for the void extrusion, spacebar, and then spacebar. Click on each end of this one, and then here, this is just the struggle right here, because you need to select that end there, and then click on finish, cut geometry, and it's still not visible because we need to create another void, because we need to void on this one. Pick a plane, and then we need to select the one right here at the back. So click on tab. There we go. That's the one that we need to click, and then we need to create that void right there. So I'm going to use this one. You won't know what. I'm going to click on 25, and then from corner to corner as well to be consistent. So basically this part right here is the one that we need to void. There we go. And then we need to start probably negative, maybe 60, and then we could just go from there, and then we could extend that one afterwards. Click finish, cut geometry, go to 3D to see how it looks, and then we could pull it back. Cut geometry there. So now it's an hollow hole inside there, and then we could put a glass here, so that will look really nice. So that looks hollow there. Of course, we could extend it further depending on the depth. So here we can see it much better. It could go all the way at the back. That's good enough, I believe. And then now, if we go to 3D, cut geometry, and then there you go. So we cut this part right here at the back. And then now, we need to go back to section, because I need to put in a glass. So create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here. And then now we need to put 0, or this one should be 10 or 5, and then this one should be 0, and then we're gonna put in a glass, clear glass. We could do this one, or frosted, clear glass, clear glazing. So we could use this one, and then we just need to create a rectangle onto this part right here. Align it at the bottom, and then align it here to make it nicer. Click finish, and I want to see it like that. We could push it back so that it's not extruded like this, just a little bit at the back. And then we could align it so that it's flush here. So now we have that part right there that is aligned, and that looks really nice. And then we could put in some dishes there so that it looks realistic. So I'm happy with the way that looks. We could click finish now, and then go to section 2, because we need to do it on the other side now. I'm going to push this one on the right side so that we have enough room to see what everything is happening, and it's not going to be bothersome. So here, what we could do is we could click fine as well, and then consistent color so that we can visualize everything again. So now what I'm planning to do is the same thing as we did on the other side. We need to select this one, edit in place, and then create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select the face right here. We need to click on tab because it needs to be highlighting all this perimeter right here. So make sure you highlighted that, select, and then change this one to the same material. And then now we need to create that extrusion, so that will be 10, and we need 10 as well for the offset. Flip it on the other side, and then click finish. Let's do that again on this side. So create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we need to select this one. Click on tab. Make sure this one is highlighted by that blue color right there. Means it's highlighting everything right here. And then afterwards, click here, and then 10. And then go to corner, spacebar, and then right here, and then here at the corner over on this side. And we want to see that this one is not, so I'm going to use align, AL, align it on this side. So we have the same gap and then height there. So that's perfect right there. Click on finish as well. So now we can just do the void extrusion one at a time, but at least everything is prepared already. So pick, and then actually we need to edit each and every one because we still need to do the cutting of each panels. So we could just use this one, CO, and then I'm gonna do 400, and then another 400 here, and then here it will be shelvings. So I'm gonna use here, copy this one here, and then leave that one there. So that looks really nice. And then pick line, I want to be consistent with the gap, so I'm gonna use this and that, and here and here. And then now we just simply slice it either way you want, either on the left side or right side, it's your call. And then TR, trim and extend, trim and extend as well. Here, and then we need to slice it again here on this side. There we go. So now all we need to do is click on finish and then create that again, that void. Pick a plane and then make sure you select the doors. This one is -5 and then 5 here. And then now it's easy to just do 50 offset and then select spacebar to go from end to end. There we go. And then simply just click finish and then click cut geometry and then finish again. And then of course we need to double check if everything looks good. And from what I'm seeing, everything looks nice there. So I'm happy with the way that looks. And we just need to replicate it at the top. So we could go section again. And then here we need to edit this part, the one that we created, this one. So we could just select this one, CEO, and then now we just need to copy the distancing. AL, I'm going to align it here. AL again, line on this side. Then that looks good. We just need to create one going on here. This side, just put it 10. And then it's up to you if you want to go and add in some glass, probably on this side, but for me, I think this is good enough. I'm just going to simply design it like this now. And then just simply trim and extend. Let's do the bottom first so that it's easier, and then the top portion, and then click finish. That looks good, so no problem at all. And then we just need to click on void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall for sure, and then select here 50. I'm gonna use this one, spacebar, and then select the corner there. So from corner to corner, and then click finish, finish, and then there we go. at least we finalize our drawers there and our cabinets as well. So now we just need to add the one here. I'm planning to just add something here on this side. So now let's do the same thing. Edit in place, and then we need to create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here. Just change this first 10 and then 0, and we need to be in the same one. And then now we just need to have this one 10, and then for corner to corner, make sure it's from the inside. And then I'm going to put it in the midpoint and then offset it to 10. I'm just going to put it somewhere there so that it's good. SL, and then on the top side, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend here, and then click finish. And we need to create the void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this plane. There we go. And then now we need to pick this one again just to be sure. This will be -5, and then this is 5, and then 50 for the offset here, space bar again, and then corner to corner, and then click finish, cut geometry, and then finish. And then now, as you can see, we have our door face for our cabinets. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the cabinets door here. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and I just noticed this one, so I'm going to maximize this part right here. This is something that we usually can see on the section unless we change the detail line. So I'm just going to eyeball it, and then here I probably need to add another one. So on this side, I'm going to edit this part right here, edit extrusion, and then I'm just going to create something like this one right here. So I'm gonna click on tab to select everything, CO, and then I'm just going to grab it from here and then add it there, and then I'm just going to line it up on this side, and then click on finish, and then edit the void extrusion, and then here I'm going to do the same thing. So CO, grab it there and grab it here, and then we just need to line it up on this side. It's not gonna be perfect, but we can manage later on. We can see it now. It's still out of the line there, but we can align it. So AL on that face, also in this space. So now at least everything looks good. There's no gaps anymore, and then we need to check on this side as well. So I'm happy with the way that looks. So we want to create the island now. So to do that, let's go to level 1 again, and then here we need to insert, or actually just go to architecture. We could use the same one in place mask, so we could do that, and then click on extrusion, and then this one is we need to put 0 on the start, and then this one is up to 800 as well, similar height of this, and then we need to change the material. I'm going to put the same materials, so same wood material right there, and then we could just add somewhere right here. I believe this is big enough space, and then actually we have a lot of space over here and then also here. So we can click on tab, move it a little bit so that everything looks nice and centralized, and then we will add chairs here. So I'm gonna move it a little bit and then click on finish. So we have this one. If we see it in 3D, it will look like this. So with that said, we need to just change edit extrusion, set it at level 1, and then see it lines up now with everything else. So after that, I'm going to go to level 1, finish it, so that we can move this one now. We're going to concentrate on the island now, so I need to put it on this side. But before that, we need to add the countertop. It will probably be the same countertop as this one. So we need to go here into this view, and then now it's this one right there. So we're going to edit in place, and then I just need to know what material we added here. So granite cut polish. So I'm going to copy that, and then we could create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this plane right here. So it's highlighting all of this. We can set this one right here, and then we could just put maybe 500 for now, and we need to create that one right there. There we go. And then another offset 25 on this side as well. And then now we need to clean it up. So delete this, and then SL in the middle, and then TR, trim and extend. So TR, trim and extend here first, and then trim and extend here. And then trim and extend here, and then trim and extend here. Click on finish, and then let's see it in here so that we can extend it manually for ours. Right there. I like my countertop to be facing here as well, so that's why I want it to be seamless there. So if you notice, if we go to 3D, this one will look like that. I know this one is too much, so we could just select that and then push it a little bit because that's too much. We just need to tuck in the chairs that we're gonna add right now. So once everything is good, click on finish, go to level 1, go to insert as well, load family, and then we need to go back to the main, and we have furniture, seating, and then we just need to look for a chair, which is this one, stacking, and then click open, CEM, and then add that stacking right here. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So basically we have enough space to make it 5, but we're not gonna do that. We could just space this out nicely so that it doesn't look cramped when we see it on top. So that's looking good there. I'm happy with the way that looks. If we go to 3D, this will be the look. So it's tucked in. Unfortunately, this is not bar height, but that's good enough. We could just assume that this is bar height, and maybe, yeah, there's no chance of us to edit it properly, so we can do it here, front, and then make it long enough, but I think it's gonna ruin the, so let me try this one. So it's, yeah, it's not fixed on all of the all of this, so that's why it's going to be harder for us. So we're just going to assume this one for now. So now we're going to add in the sink. So I'm going to go to insert, load family, and let's go back right here. Go to plumbing, fixture, architecture, fixture, and then we have sinks. I'm planning to add the double or the triple because we have enough space on that kitchen island. So I'm going to select this one, open, and you want to make sure that you're in level 1 so that it's easier to add, CM, and then use spacebar so that you can rotate it, and then add it here. So once you do, go to 3D to see everything else and if everything is good enough. In terms of the kitchen island, I'm going to pick a new host for this one. So go here, pick a new host, and we're gonna choose this host. If it's not working out, what you can do is just align it. So go to one of the section and then just align it like this. So once it's done, you'll see that somewhere right here that we could just put it somewhere in the midpoint of this. Move it a little bit like that. And then now we need some void, because as you can see, it's showing all of this one. So what you need to do is select our island, edit in place, and as you can see, we're in the edge. We're at the edge of this one, so we need to move it a little bit more. So there we go. I think that's perfect. Edit the island, and then we need to add the void extrusion, and then we need to set that void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this plane right here. There we go. And then we need to select somewhere like this. Why over this one? So that we could see the lining of all of this and then click finish. Go to 3D before you do anything else, and then what you want to do is you need to pull it up more than enough and then pull it down. Cut geometry, and then as you can see, we're showing now what we have there. So we have the lining of the countertop, and then we can click on finish now. So we have that one right there, and everything looks good. And then we need to go back to level 1. And then I just want, I notice we haven't added the level for this one. You want to make sure that all of this is all the way to the ground. So the exterior wall should be ground floor. Okay, so we just extended that. We could just leave the interior wall up to level 1, but we need to add the level now, or the floor. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then we could use one of this one or the 200. So either way, you can put in the generic one, edit, duplicate. You want it 2 mm. And then here we could change it to 200 thickness. And let's use in one of the stone material. I'm going to use limestone for our floor here, for our ground floor. And then you go pick line and select all the interior side of the wall. Don't worry if you're not selecting the proper one, because we're going to clean it up as we go. So here we can go select and then all the way there. So now we just need to trim and extend. So I'm going to trim and extend right here, also on this side, and then this side and there. So only on all of this. You can even change this one if you want, but I'm just going to change all of this to one flooring so that it's nice. So click on finish, click show if this one is not showing, and then you need to double check. Maybe you left something, so there we go. So we left that one there, that one single one that is overlapping there, and then we could just select this one. So that's good thing about Revit, it will let you know what if there's something wrong and something is overlapping. So now we can see our flooring right here. So I'm happy with that. So before we finish this, I just want to add something on this side so that everything looks nice and complete. So on this side, of course, we need some cabinets. So we're gonna do the same thing. So select this one, edit in place, and then extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this face right here. So that's highlighting all of that, so that's good. And then the material is Kulam, and then this is just 10, apply, and then we have offset 10 as well. From here, go and click on spacebar so that it goes inner, not the outside level. And then here we could go and add the midpoint, copy, and then we just need to move it in the middle, and then copy again on this side. 500 is good enough, and then here around 440. So we're gonna do the same thing, 500 and then 440. This one around 400 is good enough. I think it's not that divided properly, but that's okay. And then I'm gonna place something. We're gonna do an offset first of 10. And then now we need to have, I'm going to put in drawer here and then drawer here. And then another offset of 10. And then SL. And then cut it like so. And then now we just need to type in TR, trim and extend. Almost done, and then click finish. And then after that, the void extrusion, similar to what we did before, but we need to pick a plane, and then this needs to be highlighted, and then we put -5 and then 5 here, apply, select this one, offset this one to 50, and we go space bar so that it goes inner for the offset. And then click finish and then finish. So if you see, we have finished adding all of those, and then we just need to verify this part right here. Just for some reason I have it all the way down. If we go to section, I just want to flip it and see how it looks. Okay, so this one, I just need to edit this part. For some reason, it went down. So, but don't worry, you could just align it all the way. It's not actually a problem. You just need to know which one is the inner one and which is the outer part. I think it's because it's connected to the floor. So we just need to move it all the way like that. No problem, because we have already added the other ones, and then we just need to fix it. That's why I like using model in place, because as you can see, it fixes everything. It's so easy to fix. There we go. I can still edit this one. I'm going to put it right here. And then I'm just going to recreate how everything else is. Then align it. Then add this one as well. And then now that's fixed. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, you were able to finish adding all the cabinets, and then we added the kitchen island with the sink here. So now we're going to continue working on this. What I want you to do is go to part 1 description. There will be a link there. There will be 2 links. First one is for the default Revit blocks or families. And then the second one is all these extra families that I created or I have added so that we could just download it. So for example, this one will be the handle for the kitchen. So here I'm going to download this one. Also, I want to add is the sliding door. So I'm gonna, actually not the sliding door, I want the other door, which is parametric folding door. So download that one as well. And then we have pot light. We're gonna add it later on, but it's up to you if you want to download it now. I'm still gonna show you how to add it or where to add it later. So I'm going to download both of this. One is circle and one is square. So the circle one and then the square one. So here we're going to choose later on which one we're going to use. So once everything is done, let's open this one out, handle, and then this one. We can do the parametric folding door as well. let's download that, and then the main door. So I'm gonna download this one as well. There's two of them. There's one is smaller and the other one is bigger, so it really just the size that changes. So here, once we're done, we could close that out, and then in order to add this, we just basically drag and drop. So for example, I'm gonna drag and drop the main door. So once you have it, as you can see, we could just add it instantly. And then after that, we're gonna drag and drop the handle. Let's add in the parametric folding door first. So I'm going to add it on this side, but don't worry, we're going to change it up later on. So here I have it on this side. Let's select this one, edit, and then we need to change. So external offset, make sure this one is 0. And then number of panels, probably 4. And then the width, that's 5,000 is too much, so around 3,000 only. The height, you could just leave it like that. And then for now, put it on this side. So even though it's sticking out a little bit, you could edit it again if you want. Let's put it at 2800. There we go. So we could just nudge it in place, go to 3D and see how it looks. So that looks much better. We could put this one on this side. So either way is good. So we have this one in this side. So now let's go back here, and then I want to load as well is the handle. So we could go to 3D and then just load this one. So drag and drop, and then here, as you can see, we'll be able to just select or just add it instantly to the location. So I'm gonna add it there. I'm gonna add it, you can flip it on this side. There we go. So instantly you'll be able to add it. And then let's add it on this side. It should be on this location. And then just add it to all the location that you think you're gonna add it, because everything is different. So we're going to go to sections again. So the same section that we created before, and then now we're going to nicely put it, and to make it consistent, we're going to use all of this. So now this one, I want it to be in the midpoint, so that one, and then just drop it there. Then now CO, copy it to this location. So now it's the same location as everything else. On this one, we could mirror this. There we go. So now we could just, this one should supposed to be MV. I'm going to put it right here, so it looks much better. And then here, I'm just gonna copy this one to this location and then add it there. CO, and then right there. And then here, CO, copy it, and then add on all of this. So that's looking good right there. I think this part is done. Now we go and focus on this area now. I'm gonna copy the way we add it here. There we go. And then copy it. Same thing here. And then the spacing. And then align it again. So that everything is consistent. Copy this one. And then add it here. Copy as well. And then add it here. And then here is something that we need to just add probably on this side. I'm going to flip it and then drag it right here in the midpoint and then put it like that. And then add it on those corners there. And then here we need to know the midpoint and then drag it down. Just make sure that it's in the middle. So I'm fine with that. Copy it there and add it on that side. So this one as well. So CS, CO actually, and then add it on that corner. But actually we forgot to add it here, so that's why it's not showing. So what we need to do now is CS, add it on this face because it's a face base and it reacts like that. AL, align it at the top there so that everything is consistent. And then we just need to put it in the middle. There we go. So we're done on this side. We're not gonna do anything here. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough there. And then maybe here we could just add CEO. Actually on this side we could copy this one. You don't need to think about it anymore and just add it there. And if you really want to, you could add, this is big enough for that corner, so why not just add it there. Okay, so now we need to go to the other section that we created, and we need to add one more here as well, so that to be consistent, and it's on a different plane, so that's why we need to add. So I'm gonna add it there. Go to section, and we need to be consistent about this. I'm going to add it on this side, mirror it. I'm gonna draw axis, and then there we go. Here we need to be in the midpoint. Let's find that midpoint and then use our arrow keys. And then now CO, and then select it on those corners. And then this one, it's going to copy the location, AL, of this to be consistent. CO again, add it on this side, AL, and then now we're going to align it on this side. I'm gonna align it again, and then there we go. And then now we just need to copy and then copy here. So So now we're added there, and then we just need to add it here. This one looks good already, so we just need to draw a mirror axis here, and then there we go. I'm going to review how it looks, and I want to make sure that everything is in the right location. And then let's not forget, we have some drawers here as well on this side, so we need to flip the other section. So we need to go here, flip this section, and then double click. So now CM, let's add that onto this midpoint, onto here. Let's add it on this side, and then we just need to make sure that this is the midpoint. Pull it down a little bit, select that again, and then draw axis. Select that, CO, and then select that in that corner, and then select there, CO, select it on that corner. And then here, we just need to double check if it's in the right face. Looks like it is. I'm gonna double check, and then CO, select that. And then we just need to copy the way this one is. Pick a new. There we go. And then copy it. There we go. Select this one, pick. And then just move it up. And there you go. Double check everything. So everything has its own handle. And then this handle, what you can do is change the material if you want. You can select visible, and then change this here, because it's not a type material, so you'll be able to change it. And then, for example, we go to metal, and then you choose one of the aluminum, so it looks nice. Of course, maybe stainless steel is much better. Go back to metal. Let's use this one, still polish. Replace, and then apply OK. So we have that one there. So before we finish with the kitchen, let's go back to level 1, because I want to add actually some lights. So here I'm going to add a model in place. So this is going to be a different model in place, and it will be a generic model. And let's do an extrusion. And here we could just put in 5, and then here 0. And then in here, luminaire, here, glass white high luminance. Pull it up, click apply, and then OK. And we're going to just add it around here, so it will be on the bottom of the top cabinet. So we're going to add it here and then on this side as well. And then in terms of thickness, I just want it to be 5 to be consistent, and then here 5 as well. And then let's click TR, trim index, and then delete those small lines there, and then click finish. And then I want to see it in right here, but we're going to pull it up to this top. And then once we're in Twinmotion, we're going to choose materials that will light it up. So something like that. That will be perfect for our lights. And then we could add in some lights for here. So we could create again, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select the back right here. And then after that, we could add now. So the technique here is just adding it first, and then after that resize it so it's a lot easier. And then once you do that, we'll be able to change it. So here we just need to know the location of this. It's not visible here, so I'm going to assume somewhere here. There we go. I think, yeah, it's visible there, so we're good with that. And then in section, we just need to know that this one is right there, all the way up there. And then go check the 3D again. So we have lights here, we have lights on the open, and maybe we could add it here as well. So go to section again. The problem with this is we need to finish it first. If we check hide it, so it's not actually possible because it's set of it. The problem with this is we need to go right here. So I'm going to push this one all the way here so that we see the opening here. So now we're going to select this one, same thing, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select the back of this. So now we just need to create. Click 5 and then copy all of them. CO, and then select this one right here and then here as well. Then we could just align it. There we go. And then CO again to select that corner. And then click finish and then finish. So now if we see it in our 3D, there will be something there, and once we're in Twinmotion, you can see it there, and once we're in Twinmotion, it will light up. So it will show on our model. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the kitchen. And as you can see, we already have a handle and we added some lights on the backsplash. So now we're going to continue working on the level 1 because I want to add in the entertainment system here, or entertainment area. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this and then drag it and move it to this location. So that we could view this area right here, and then we could build in our model. So I'm just going to move this one a little bit in the front so that there's nothing showing here. So it's just a complete blank wall right here. So I'm gonna push this all the way to the right side so that we have enough view and nothing is obstructing. So now what we're gonna do is go to architecture, click here, model in place, and then generic model. And then press OK. And what we're going to do is we're going to create our back extrusion. So what we're going to do is we're going to select this extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select this wall right here. And all this wall would be covered with our entertainment system. So what I'm going to do is we're going to extrude it only around 10. And then the back will be a different wood material. And then we're probably going to add in maybe a stone. So first we're going to do wood. And we're going to use 28. Apply OK. And then select it here. All the way to the end. Right there. You can do 5 here. There's not a problem with that. And then click finish. And then as you can see, we can even pull this one down because we know that 200 thickness of the floor will be added later on. So that's why around 2800 is perfect. And then after that, create an extrusion again, but we're gonna pick the plane, but this plane, this wall right here, make sure everything is selected so that you know that it's selecting the plane that's in front of you. So after that, I'm going to add a cabinet here, probably maybe an open cabinet and then a closed cabinet here. So for the open cabinet, I'm going to add something like this all the way down, and then offset 25, and then make sure to click on so that it shows in the front. And then after that, I'm gonna put in this one as well right here without an offset. And then I'm planning to add a TV around here. So we have this cabinet right here, maybe 400 each, or we could put in 850. And then here it's around 950, and then the thickness, and then of course we're going to have some lines here going across and then in the middle as well, and then another across and then another across. So that's good. Draw axis and then 25 offset. there, and then over here. We could do another one like that. This one is too big, so we could stretch it out a bit, and then we add in another one here. So copy, and then add it there. I want the lower part to have a bigger size, and this one just leave it like that. And then SL, we're going to cut geometry so that we can see where everything will be, and then we'll be able to trim and extend on those parts. So now trim and extend, SL again on this part right here, and then trim and extend here. There we go. Delete this. Trim and extend here. Trim and extend here as well. And then here we forgot to slice it in. Trim and extend. And then delete this small line here. DR, trim and extend. And then there we go. We have everything like that. So click on finish. Look at it at 3D so that everything looks good. And then we need to expand it a little bit because it's too thin there. So at least somewhere like that. That is perfect enough. So I'm good with the way that looks. We could edit extrusion if you want to know the proper depth, but I'm good with just looking at it and then distinguishing how it will be the look of the depth. So after that, we're just going to create this extrusion right here. Actually, so create extrusion, pick a plane, and then we just need to create the cabinets here, and then this will be 5 as well, or we could put it to 10 for the thickness, and 10 is the offset. And then here we just need to divide this one to what we want. We can even put all the way down and then divide like that. And then we can do offset 10 again. There we go. And then here SL as well. And then the one in the middle as well. So now TR, trim and extend all of this. And then we need another one here. TR. And then another one here as well. Okay, and then 3R. And then here, we need to add it as well. And then all the way right here is needed as well. And then let's just check which one are we haven't. And then we could just clean it up now. And then delete this part. Finish. And then let's go to 3D to look at how it looks. And that looks pretty much good. I'm happy with the way it looks. Go back to section. And then now we need to add some decorative pieces as well. I want a mantle, a small mantle right here. So I'm going to do like an extrusion. And then pick a plane. Make sure this is the wall. Not the wall, but the back of this. And then we need to change the material to one of the stone material right here. So I'm gonna use marble at the back. I'm gonna use this stone. Apply OK. And then I'm going to add a simple mantle right here. Click finish. Before that, around 300 is good enough. Click finish. Go to 3D and see how it looks. That's fine with me. I'm happy with that. Go back to section and create another one. And select, pick a plane, and then we need to add another one. It will be the, I want it to be the marble. What I'm gonna do first is go to stone and then marble. Pull it up, apply OK, and then for the marble, I want it all the way right here. Click finish and then go to 3D to see it. I want to see it with the realistic material, and that looks good right there. And then we could place in the TV. So go to insert. So let's finish this first. Go to insert, load family, and go back here. Go to specialty equipment. Actually, it's not here, but usually it's in the tables and chairs. Let's go to furniture. It's right here. Flat screen. Click open, type NCM, and then add it just facing the wall, or just beside the wall, and then go right here, select this one, uncheck this one so that it doesn't have a stand, so it disappears right there, and then we could just move it around like that, and we could change the size of it. So there's different sizes that we could do. Of course, we could even make it different. So we could edit this one, and then we could change the size here. So we can make it bigger, and like that. Just like that, we have a bigger one, bigger TV. So now let's look at it at 3D to see how it looks. As you can see, very simple, but it makes a big difference. What we can do is we can add in some lights around here to make it nice So we could go back to section and then select this one, edit in place, and then create an extrusion. Pick a plane and then select this wall right here and then change it like that. So 5 is good enough, and then we can add the luminaire. Luminance actually, and then press OK, and then select this one right here. And then here, after that, make it offset 5 as well, and then go click on the spacebar to change orientation or the way it is. And then before that, let's add in one more here. And then make it 5. So click on finish and then finish. And just like that, once we're in Twinmotion, we're gonna set it to a light material for that one, and then it will glow very nicely. So that's good right there. We have an open, and then we have a close, and then we could actually add in more features there by adding. So I'm just gonna extend it, push it back a little bit, and then we could add in some decorative pieces here, and it will look realistic. We can add in some books on this side, so that's good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the family room where we have the entertainment system created. So as you can see here, we have the TV, and then we have all of this. It's simple, but it looks nice. Now, what I want to do is go to level 1 again, and I want to move this one onto right here, and then flip it. And we want to make sure to delete this first, because this is only shelvings that I would just put so that we could visualize the space. But now, what I want to do is to add something right here. But as you can see, we're still showing all of this part. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move this one right here, and then we can create our stuff. Go back to section. We can delete this tree now. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create a mantle, like a modern mantle, and then we're going to add those electric fireplace heater. We can build our own. We don't need to look for another one, because we're just gonna create a space for a glass, and then we're going to create that one there. So now, what I want to do is to change all of the background. So to do that, let's go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and then press OK. We're gonna do an extrusion first, and then pick a plane. And then we're going to pick the wall right here. Once you selected that, we need to change the material first. So let's change this to something stone related. So let's go right here, and then let's pull up a stone. I haven't used the rubble or slate, so I'm gonna use slate instead. Apply, okay. And then here, we're just gonna maintain this one, 5, because we're just going to add a background first. And then here, it should be 200 here, so 2800, because our total height is 3000, and we're gonna give in for the floor. So here we can just go and click finish, and as you can see, we have our background right here. There we go. And then after that, it's just going to be a simple mantle. We're just going to build it right here. Create an extrusion. I don't know if we're going to use the same material, but I'm going to change it now so that we could change it afterwards, and then we could pick our own materials in Twinmotion once we settle. Here we're going to select the plane. We're going to select all that we created, and then we're going to change this to something white. So we have gypsum wallboard. That's usually what I use for a wall material, but we can duplicate this and then just leave it like this for the naming. And then at least we can still use the original, but in terms of naming, it's really up to you. What I'm gonna create is just a box first. So now we're going to select the rectangle, and I'm going to add the rectangle right here, right in the middle. So I'm just estimating the size at the moment, around 1400 by 1700. That's my give. And then we're going to offset this 150 probably, or more. Now let's do around 200, spacebar, and then I'm just going to pull it somewhere here. So that's 200 offset, and I'm going to extrude it around 300, and then let's see how it looks. Click finish first, go to 3D to see how this one feels, because I'm planning on having wooden storages right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make this one a little bit, half of it, and then I'm going to have something at the back as well. And then some shelvings all around. We could attach the shelvings here. I'm gonna undo it. I'm going to put 300. I think that's good enough for the space. Of course, it's not the look yet that I'm trying to see. What I want to do next is to create a void sweep, and then I'm gonna pick the path, and I'm going to select this path right here. Okay, and then after that, what I want to do is to click finish, go back here, edit profile. So we're going to create that profile right here. I'm going to use this. Straight around 120. And then around 30 for this one. And then around 130 for the angle. And then going back. Click finish. And then finish. And then cut geometry to see how it looks. So that looks nice right there, as you can see. And then I want to add some vents here. So to make it look realistic, just a design first and then some vents. So maybe black vents. I'm planning to change this as well. So at the back, we're going to add a different material. So like just black material at the back and then a glass so that this one doesn't show. So if we go to section, we need to create another extrusion. Pick a plane and then we're going to select this wall again. I'm going to put it at 5 and then just check like maybe this one, just black for now. And then we're going to place it right here. So if you check it, it will look like that. So black, and then another one. We're going to select this one again, edit, and then another extrusion. Pick a plane. Let's choose this one. It's hard to choose it, so I'm gonna choose this one again, but we're gonna extrude it more so that it shows. I know this one is 300. We're just gonna make it smaller later on. This one should be glass, so we can put glass here. We're gonna use this. And then add it here. And then now we could just pull it back and then make it thin enough. That's good. If we click finish, as you can see, we have that arrow right there, and then we can place some fire right here as well. I'm going to go back to section because I want to create a void here, and then here void extrusion, very simple void, just to give that look that I want. I'm going to go right here and then select all of them by clicking tab and then just putting it down a little bit like that. And then after that, we could just do -100 right here. And then cut geometry. If it's not showing, you pull it backwards. There we go. So very simple one. but looks nice. And then after that, we're just going to create some grills here, a black one. So extrusion, pick a plane again. We're gonna select this wall, and then we're going to check a black material. Let's use this one for now. And then this one is just 5. And then we're going to copy the way this one, the size only. There we go. And then we're going to put this one like that. And then we're just going to copy this. CO again. Make sure multiple is checked. There we go. We're going to move this one a little bit so that the gaps are correct and copied properly. And then here we're going to mirror draw axis. There we go. And then click finish. There we go. That's looking good there. I'm happy with that one. And then now I want to do is to create something at the top, but it's just a simple one now. Just maybe just a black material. So I'm gonna do an extrusion, pick a plane, select this wall. And then change this material. We could duplicate this material so that we don't need to look for another black material. And then we're going to use rectangle. AL, align it for sure. And then here, go to level, we need to pull it out. We can align it here, align. There we go. And then we need another background that goes around here. Create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this again. This one, let's use this. This one for the thickness around 200. And then delete this first. Or delete this smaller line. SL. And then TR. Check that this one is consistent, so 150. And then this one as well. 150. Click finish. And there we go. That's looking good there. What we can do, if you want, is to make this one a little bit bigger. Maybe 450 instead. And this one will follow along anyway. So we could just move a little bit. There we go. And then align this one. So now it's looking good. And then we need some wood shelvings on this side. So create another extrusion, pick a plane, and it will be this wall. Let's change this one to a wood material. We're gonna pick this one, pull up, apply OK, and then now let's create that one. So because this thickness is 200, so we're gonna put it at 200 as well. I'm going to start from here. I'm going to set the materials, the thickness to 50. There we go. And then copy this one, the distancing. And then copy, CO, copy it on this side. And then just maximize the size so that it touches there to the wall. And then click finish. And then check it to look like that. So that's looking good right there. What I want to do is to just add something here. So I'm going to create an extrusion again. I'm going to go to level 1 and then I'll just pull it up because I don't know where it is as well. So I'm going to go to stone and then our miscellaneous. And then use this one. Apply OK. And then just add somewhere right here. And then click finish. And then pull it up. So that's perfect there. I'm just going to put it behind the wall, the glass, somewhere right there. So that's perfect right there. Click finish. And then there you go. We have our mantle there. We could put in some decorative pieces here. I think we have some decoration here. Maybe furniture. We have a mirror here. So for now, let's put in the mirror there. Type in CM. Let me see if it was added, but we need to pick a new host. It's not being picked up. We need to offset this one if we want to add this. But I'm just going to delete it and just simply just leave it like that, and then it's easier to add information or a painting here in Twinmotion. And then we're going to add some decorative pieces as well here. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the mantle with the fireplace. And as you can see, we also added some shelvings right here on the side. And that is looking good right there. It looks complete and I'm good with that. And then I noticed that I didn't include this to the extension. So I'm going to select this and put the base constraint to ground floor as well. So it's all the way down. So as you can see, it's now in the proper height and base constraint. Now, what I'm planning to do is I want to build the stairs. And then I'm going to add windows right here and also on this side. And then if we have time, we could create the laundry. And then we also have the powder room on this side as well. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to level 1. And then under architecture, we have stairs. So for now, I'm going to build the stairs from level 1 to level 2. So I'm just going to leave it on this desired number, and then we're going to create this one, an L shape. And then in terms of the way this one would look, I'm going to undo this because I want maybe at least 3 steps only. So I'm gonna create 1, 2, 3, and then another, the rest will be here. There we go. So now we need to click on finish first so that we can notch it in place to the proper location. So I can use align as well, so that we could align it to the wall and right here. And then if you notice, we have it close up. So I'm going to change that. So I'm going to delete this railing right here. We don't need that, but we need to edit this now. So edit, we're going to duplicate stairs. And then we're going to make this one nice. I don't want any of those. I'm gonna put in a mid support. The stringers, I don't want it close. I'm gonna put it none. So all of this will be gone. So as you can see, this one will be gone. And then I don't want the riser as well. So we need to go, I think, right here. So riser, uncheck that, apply, and then OK. So now this is looking good. We can set up the way that we want to. I also don't like this railing. We could change this to maybe the glass bottom, but as you can see, it doesn't look nice enough. We could leave it this one for now, but as you can see, it lacks the other glass bottom there. So I'm going to delete this railing, and then instead we're going to edit this, and then we're going to add right support. Stringer. So we're going to leave the stringer there, but we're going to change that stringer. Instead of a stringer, we're going to make it as a glass. So we need to go right here, stringer. We can duplicate this, glass. We just need to let it know that it needs to be a glass. And then the material, for sure, this will be glass. So little by little, we're making everything else nice. I'm going to use this, cast clear, apply OK. And then we need to change the total width to maybe 25 only, because that one, or 30, let's make it 30, because that one is too much. And then here, the run and landing, we need to change this one to 600, I believe. And then let's see how it will react. So there you go. And then we're gonna use that again. We're going to edit. And then this one should be, I think, 900. No, not 900. So I'm gonna undo that. Total depth. There we go. So we use this one, total depth, to change the glass portion of this. And as you can see, it looks really nice. And then we could just add in more details later on. And then of course, we're going to change the materials as well. Because as you can see, there's no materials on the run. So here, profile, we need to change the materials right here, trend. So we're gonna use a wood material for this one. So I'm gonna use one of this, 28H, and we could see the changes now. And then for the mid support, so here, middle support, we could change the width and then the thickness of the landing. We could definitely do that, but this one is very important to change the material as well. So one of the metal materials, aluminum, I'm gonna use that. And then there you go. We have set up a nice one. The main purpose now is to align it to the wall, because it will be mounted from the wall. And then we need to showcase that. And then see if everything else is good. So it really it's up to you if you're going to make this one thicker. We can definitely make it thicker. So for example, if you select this one and edit the stairs, go all the way right here, middle support, the thickness of the landing right here, you can set it. So right now it's 300. We could put it as maybe 2500, and you can see the difference. It will be all the way down. Let me do it again. Total depth, sorry. So landing, we're going to undo that. So 300, and then this one. Depth on run, and all those stuff. So actually, I'm just gonna leave it for now for that. I believe you can still do that, but not sure if this is the one that we need to change. Because if I put it at 900, nothing is happening. So let's undo that. It's one of those materials that you're going to change. This is the middle support actually. Section, structure depth on a run. So depth and then width 900. So now it's the total depth now here. So we can just undo that. Oh, I know now this one right here. Same as run. So if we uncheck this, same as run, we'll be able to give, so there you go, thread thickness, even the material. So you can change this one, the thickness, for example, 900. There we go. So you can change this by just unchecking that part. So as you can see, it could be thicker, but it doesn't look good. So I'm just going to undo that part and just leave this one like that. And with this, you have something really nice already. So now what I want to do is to add windows on both sides of this. Let's go to level 1. I'm going to use curtain wall system. So here I'm going to select curtain wall, and then we need to add it in the midpoint, but space bar so that it goes from the inner side. I'm just going to add it there, and then I'm going to go to modify, cut, then cut it there. So cut geometry on that. Of course, it's not going to be all the way down. I'm going to estimate the height right here, and I think that's perfect height. So I'm going to copy the way that is, so make it negative 550. So that is perfect enough. And then if we go to level 1, we're going to just CS on that so that it registered the height and all those parameters that was set already. And then here, spacebar, and then there you go. And then click on cut geometry and then select that one. So as you can see, we don't need to adjust anything else. That is good right there. So that is created. And then I want to just at least clean this up or finish this up. I want to add just a sink, and then in the toilet. So load family, go back to the main, plumbing fixtures, architecture, fixtures, and then water closet. And then we're going to use this. Open, and then CM. And then let's add it onto this side, because we're going to have the sink here. So let's load in the sink. Go back, and then go to sink again. Let's put this square vanity, and then CM, and then let's add it on this side. I'm gonna create a casing for this. I'm just gonna make it simple by just creating a model in place. Generic model, and then creating this extrusion, and of course we need to change the material. I'm going to make this one a wood material, click apply, okay, and then here let's add this one. And then click finish. I want to click finish again so that we could see it a lot better if we add this section right here. Double click that, and then we could just put it to the proper height. So it's just going to be a big block, but that's good though. And then maybe another block right here. We're gonna add another block on this face right here. So maybe we could just copy this. So we need to edit in place, copy. I want another one of this. Clulam. So CS, click finish, and then pull it up. So it's like it's shelving. I want to put it one right here because the door casing is there. Click finish again so that we could move this one right in the middle. So that's the sink there. And then we have another casing here, and everything is floating. So that's fine. I like the way that looks. And then after that, what I'm going to do is to maybe add a mirror here. and make this all this wall to be a different wall. So a different wall here, and then we have a window here, and then we could place some lights around here so it will look really good. But before that, we need to go back to level 1 because we need to void this. We need to create a void for this area right here. So create void extrusion, and then we just need to create the void for this area. Click finish, go to section to see it much better, all the way from here, and then just enough, and then cut it, and then click finish. Let's see what's going on. Void form family, do not cut anything, will be deleted. So delete that, and then we need to do it again. Edit in place, and then go to level 1 again, and then we need to create a void extrusion, but we need to set it. I'm gonna set it, pick a plane, and then I'm going to select this plane. So after that, create that form again. You want to make sure that you're just a little bit over so that everything is gonna show. So select that section, make sure this one is over here, and then a little bit below, and then now cut, and then click finish. Now it will be showing. So that's perfect right there. Go back to section. Like I said, I want all of this. I'm going to add a different background. So we could do. So now let's just add. So basically we need to just select this again, and then edit in place, create extrusion, pick a plane, and then I'm going to select this wall right here. Thickness will be 5 because it's just a background, and I want one of those stone material, but if we already have it, we could just duplicate it. So I'm going to use this. We could basically, instead of this one, we could just click on a paint. So it's another way. So instead of this one, I'm going to add mirror. And then in that mirror, I'm going to make it really nice. Good enough size. And then we could actually just add in some lights around here and then below here. So 2 of them. So that's perfect right there. And then now still we're here. I'm going to click paint, and then I'm going to use one of these materials right here. I'm going to use this one, and then select that one. And then create again an extrusion. Pick a plane. We're going to select this wall. And instead of here, this one, luminance. Press OK, and then add it here below on this 2, and then change the thickness to 5. Click finish on that. So that's added there, and then we could do is a sweep. So pick path. I'm gonna select this path right here. Click finish, go to 3D, and then here we could just create this one. Edit profile. I think that's good enough there. We could give it some space there, and then another luminance, and then click finish, and then finish. So now our model looks like this, and that looks good. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the stairs, and we also create the powder room. As you can see, we have all of that set up. So now what I want to do is to create a laundry room right here. So let's go to level 1, and similar to others, we're gonna make it as model in place. But before that, I want to insert the laundry, and then we need to have a sink as well. So let's go to insert, load family, and then we need to go to sink. So we need to go to plumbing, architectural, and then fixtures. And then we have sink here, and we're just going to use something that is just a single one. I think this is good enough. Click open, and then type in CM, and then space bar, and we need to add it on one of this one right here. And then we need enough room here. So we're going to insert again. We need to load the specialty equipments. So go back to the main, go to specialty equipment, and then domestic, and then mid-range. We will look for a front loader, dryer. We have a dryer, and then we have a washer, top load. So we could use this one as well. We can change this to front load, both of them, and then dryer front load. So we could create a box out of it. So we could add it nicely there, custom build area. So let's go load both of them, and then type in CM, and then we have the washer here. We could add right here near this area, and then we need to go add the other one as well. and then here dryer, and then I don't want any of those labels showing, so I'm just going to uncheck them. In terms of depth, you can assess how this one will look, but I'm planning on adding all of this to have tabletop or countertop. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm just going to align this at the back here, and then here as well. Align them all together. I'm giving it enough room. If you want, you can edit this so that the depth is different. So now what I want to do is to create, so what I'm going to do is to create the base cabinet for this. So I'm gonna do that, but here, as you can see, I'm going to align this one at the top here because I know we need to create the opening for those. And then let's create the model in place. So model in place, generic model, press OK, and then OK. Extrusion, pick a plane, and this is going to be in this wall right here. And then after that, we need to change the material. I'm going to use another wood material. And then click apply, OK. And then let's add this one right here. Then we could align it right about here. So on top of this, and then we're going to have, we could actually, we need to move this one up 25 millimeters more because the top part will be flat on that area. And then here, I'm actually going to make it a little bit bigger because we're going to create this opening right here. And then we need to delete this part right here, and then SL. So we're going to create a creasing. And then here it's around 350 or maybe more actually. So click finish, go to level 1, and then expand it more. Something like that. And then go finish, and then we need to mount this one 25 millimeters more. So I'm going to align it first at the top and then move it 25. So we have our estimation now. And then what we can do is go back to level 1, select this one, edit in place, and then we need to create the top. So I'm going to set this one, pick a plane, and then select this top right here. And then here we need to create, I'm going to use this to be duplicated. Going to use rectangle so that it's easier. And then I'm going to make it tick 25. Click finish. Look at it at 3D if you want. And as you can see, that's exactly right there. Exactly at the top. So now what we just need to do is cut geometry on the sink so that we can see that. So create void extrusion, and then select this one, open this one around here, click finish, go to section, and then pull it up and then pull it down, and then cut geometry, check it at 3D, and everything is showing as you can see, and then click finish again. So now we have this one. We just need to create the faces for our cabinets here, and then also we need to have some like open storages right here. So with that said, edit in place again, and then create, pick extrusion, and then pick this one, and then change this to the same one that we just have. I just forgot what's this one, so Gulam 32C. So now I know I can just create the extrusion again, pick a plane, select this one, and then we could Gulam 32C is the one that we need to use. And then I'm going to create the shelvings. We can create the shelvings similar to that. We can maximize the height, so 200 from the top. And then here we could have the shelvings as well. And then if you want, we can maximize this. We could put it all the way right here, and then TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend. And then offset this one 25. There we go. And if you want, we can maximize the space and really place it at the end. So now we just need to trim and extend. Then this one is around 300, 350 as well. 350. And then of course we need the shelvings now, so maybe right here, and then right here, and then maybe in the middle here. I think that's good enough. And then offset this again to 25. And then now all the intersection, SL, we need to open it. And then trim and extend the excess. Okay. So now click finish, and then now we're seeing that this one is over, so we could fix that one. But this one is, you just need to delete that. Click finish, and then we still have a problem here. Show We just need to close it off. There we go. Go to 3D to see how it looks. And that looks good right there. You have enough space. You can make this one shelvings if you want. Edit extrusion. And then I'm just gonna quickly add this shelvings right here. And then SL, and then TR. So that's perfect right there. And then what we can do is to have this one there. So now let's create an extrusion again. Pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here. Make sure this is the one that is highlighting, and then we're still using 32C Coulomb for material. And what I want to do is to add something right here, offset to 10, space bar, and then here as well, and then space bar if you're going outer. And then after that, this one is just 10. And then now we could change the sizing here. There we go. Okay, so this one we have 800, and then this one, let's make it 800 as well. I think that's good enough. And then maybe just one here in the midpoint. And then I'm going to do an offset with pick lines. And then this one needs to be in the middle. I think that's good enough. And then SL. And then TR, trim and extend. Okay, so and then after that, click finish. And then now we need to create a void extrusion. So pick a plane, and we're gonna select the door. And then this one, -5, and then this one is 5. And we're gonna use this, and then offset this one to 50. And then space bar to go from the inside. And then once you're done, click finish, cut geometry, and then finish again. And then as you can see, that's looking good. It's up to you if you want to add the handle, but that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm just going to select this one right here, CS, so that's create similar, and then I'm just going to add it right here. And then after that, go to section, so that you'll be able to see it properly. And then I'm going to draw axis, and then I'm just going to assume the midpoint right here so that I don't need to do it anymore. And then CO, add it to the corner right here. And then both of this, CO again to copy, and then put this one right about here. And then that's looking good right there. I'm happy with the result that we have. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add some backings here. So edit in place. I'm gonna do and add this material as well. Extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select the wall, and I'm just going to put 5 and then 0 here. And then let's just add the background here, align it here, and then here as well. Delete this one, trim this one here, and then we can delete this as well so that we could have all the way to the bottom here. Material, this one, and then click finish. And then another one, create extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna put a backsplash. And then here, I'm gonna choose a tile. Mosaic tile, apply OK, and then just add it right here. And then click finish, and then finish. If you want to see it unrealistic, we can have it similar to that. So at least everything looks nice. In 3D, we also have it like that. And then lastly, I want to add a window onto this part right here. And then select cut geometry under modify, select the window, and then the curtain wall. And then there you go. We have a window there. And that's looking good. I'm happy with the way everything looks right here. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the laundry room. And as you can see, everything is done. We even added the window right here. So now, what I want to do is go to level 2, because we can start off. As you can see, everything is almost done here. So let's go to level 2 and create our rooms here. So at the moment, underlay is turned on. Its range base level is level 1, so it's showing level 1, and that's good because at least we have we can see what's going on below, and then we could replicate all those where the location of the walls are. So now what I can do is we can select, or we could just create the walls first. So I'm gonna click on wall and then look for exterior wall number 1, and we start off at the B. So B5 is right here, and then we go across up to B3. So we're working on this one. Is the this area will be the master's bedroom, and then we go down up to C3, and then go across all the way to C1, and then we need to go all the way down up to, this will be up to H or I1, and then go across up to H3 or I3, and then here we could go across here following the details below. Go across here following what happens below as well, and then all the way to the end. So we're good with that. We need to add in interior walls now. So click on wall and then look for interior wall number 1. And then we need to click right here. This is C3. We need to go right here and then close it off until E3 as well. And then around 900 for the wall, and then go back up to D and then close it off. We can even make this one, because as you can see the corridors too, so 900 from middle of the wall to middle of the wall right here. Select that one, CS, and we need to extend it up to this one, and then TR, trim and extend. So we're closing it off. I want to push it all the way so that it doesn't bother the stairs that we created. We can even align it so that it's easier for us. So this will be the master's ensuite, and then let's create the other bedroom, which will be closing this one right here. So let's close that one there. And then here, CS, we could, around 2500, we could get this one right here. So actually 2300 looks good enough. So this will be the walk-in closet for the master's bedroom. And then we have enough space for the other room here. And then we will have an area here, a free area here. And then here we're gonna close off at G. This will be G3. Click it off and then close it up to here, and then all the way right here. And then we could select this one, CS, and then close this one right there. And then of course we could extend it a little bit more if needed. And then we will have a closet here. So CS. If you want, we could remove this one now. So put it to none because we don't need to showcase that anymore. And then this wall, we can extend it up to here. So that's good right there. We have opening for the stairs. We have another room here. We also have one room here. And then they're going to share washroom. So they will have, I'm clicking it in the midpoint here. And then they could access those washroom on both sides. So they could do that. So actually, it's a good idea to just close it off. Why? Because we're going to need this space for this closet right here. And then they could just have mutual washroom on this side. And then we could, of course, make it bigger. So I'm just estimating it now. I'm going at midpoint to midpoint, 3,800. Okay, I think that's good enough. And then we have enough room for a closet here. And then let's go and add some doors. So click on door, drop down, and then use this doors right here. So 700 by 2000. I'm gonna use this one for this. Let's put in 800 by 2000. CS. This will be on this side now. This can be on this side. And then we could just have a closet here, a smaller one. And we could also have a bigger one right here. And then the walk-in closet for the masters. I'm going to add it on this side so that we could maximize the wall space here, and then we could incorporate more. Like we could add in a TV wall hanger or wall mounted. So that's good right there. And then we will have something right here. This will be the washroom. Either way, you can choose ensuite here, or this one would be the walk-in closet, or either way. So I believe that's good right there. And then we have enough. This will be an open area. So it's not going to be close. So you can see everybody else here. So now actually we need to add one more right here as well. So I'm going to add it on this side. Perfect. So now Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add in some furniture. So insert, load family, and let's go to furniture, beds, and we're gonna use this one. CM, and we want to make sure we use the queen size. Use the space bar to rotate it, and let's add it on this side. And then here we're gonna use this side right here, and here let's add it on this side. So now we did add those nightstand with lights on level 1. So knowing that, we could use the underlay again. So level 1, click apply, and then we could select that one, select that. So for example, this one, uncheck that, this one. So you'll be able to select the underlay, and then CS, and then now we could just add it on the side right here. And then we're gonna copy this one as well, CS, and then add it into the midpoint of the table. And then actually, let's double check what else can we add. I believe that's it. We could add this one, the sink. So I'm planning on adding my walk-in closet on this side, and instead add it right here. So I'm going to add those tubs right here, and then I'm gonna create a shower on this side. So we could add this one for now, and then we could select this one, CS, and we could add it on this side, and then close it off with shower here, and then we have the bathtub right here. So now that we added those already, we can turn it off again. So put it to none, and then we'll see everything nicely again. So CS, add it on this side, and then this one, you could hide this for now if you want, and then select this one right here. And then for the other, we're going to add it onto this side, and then we have double sink as well. I'm going to add it here, and then on this side. So double sink. And maybe I could use a different one, CS. Or actually, I think it's better if I just add this one on this side. and then delete it here. Because with this one, we have enough space for the double, and then adding the tub, and then we could just hide this one for now. So VG section, and go to annotation section, uncheck that, and then as you can see, we don't need to delete that or anything else. We just need to turn it on and off. So that's fine there. I'm going to add in the tub. So load family, go back here to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, bathtub. I'm going to use this one, CM, and then we have the tub right there. And then here we could add in a curtain wall. I'm going to add a curtain wall right here. And then we have a wall there. I'm going to add a thin wall right here. Clear wall, duplicate. This one is just 100. Right there. And we could have it on this side. CS, and then push it all the way here. And then this one, we could just put it right there, and then make this one glass wall. Why? So that it looks much bigger. So there you go. So that's looking real good. Of course, we just need to add in some glass right here. Glass door. And then we can just even extend this one if you want to, because we have enough space on this side. And we have this one right here. So that's looking good right there. And then go to insert again, load family, and go back. We have showers right here, and then CM, add this one right here. And in terms of the sizing, you could double check the size here, 1680. So we need to duplicate this, 1680. There we go. So now we have our shower here, and then we also have it there. So we have shower also on this side. And then we can even, because the showers right now are like so modern now that you don't even have to have this. The shower head will be on this and everything is slope going onto this side. So you can also have that design right there. They just need to go on this side. And of course, I would like to add in some glass here all the way down to showcase what we have. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the second floor, and then we added some furniture, and then we started the washroom or the ensuite for both of those, for the three of this rooms. So one of them with ensuite, and then the other one is shared between these rooms. So now, if we go to 3D, if you notice that this is actually with the top offset and then with the base offset. So to do this instantly, I would like you to just select everything and go to filter, check none, and then just select the walls. And then with this, we'll be able to just put in 0 on those so that it doesn't, so it's all the way to the proper height. It doesn't have base or offset, top offset anymore. So that's good with that. Next thing is I want to add on all of this. I want to show the section right now, so VG for that, and then go to annotation, and then we did uncheck the section. That's why it's not showing anymore. So click on S so that you go to the S columns now, and then here I'm going to flip this and then check how this one looks. But before that, I'm going to click component, model in place, and then generic model. And then here, I'm going to create an extrusion, and it will be around 300. And then change this to a wood material. I'm gonna flip one of this, and then 36C is what I chose, and then we're going to add this one right here. Click finish, go to section so that we could see it, and then here we're gonna flip it. So in this section, I'm gonna click on finish first so that we could stretch this one. And then I'm going to add this one all the way to the top of that. And then here, I'm going to add it on this part. Remove the constraint. And then we could maybe add one more. And then from here, we could just, so actually, it's easier to just add. So don't worry about that. We're just going to add another one. Edit in place and then create extrusion 36C. Then just add one more. And then go to section and then just raise it. So we have some shelvings here, but it's all floating. And then of course we need to create void on this. So let's do a void extrusion. We need to set this one, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here. And then we need to void this extrusion right here, and then void here as well. And you want to make sure that you're over the lining so that it shows much better. And then here, go up, and then cut geometry, and then go to 3D. And as you can see, everything looks good right there. And then we need to add a little bit more. So I'm going to add a background here. So this one is still ongoing. So extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here, and all this wall I want to change the material, so something stone again. So I'm gonna copy or duplicate the marble, and then here I just need to make this one 2800 because of the roof. So we have marble there. I'm also going to add another extrusion and then select this wall right here, and then for the mirror, and then pull it up, something like this. And then this one should be just 5, and then this one I need to double check that one. This is mirror, and then click OK, and then click finish, and then this should be just 5 as well, not too much on that. So now everything is looking good. Click finish just to see how it looks. So it's flat there at the back. We have mirror, and then of course the light. So I'm going to add that one as well. So create, sweep, pick path. We're gonna select this path right here. Click finish, and then edit. Let's check this one. I'm going to create right there 5 and then 5, and then for the material, luminance is good, and then click finish and then finish. So we have that light there, so that's good. And then if we check, I'm not sure if we have some fixtures for the plumbing equipment. We don't need water heater, so let's check if we have that one. We don't need water heater. MEP fixture. We have some showers here, dishwasher, this one is not, the showers, only the casing but not the whole thing. So it looks like we don't have those shower heads, so that's fine. That's something that we could just do later on. So we have this one right here. So I believe we're good with this. I want to add the shower instead of that. So go to plumbing, MEP, fixtures, showers. We have this one right here, rectangular shower, CM. There we go. And then we could just make it bigger, edit, duplicate, 1680, and then there you go. At least you have the proper one, and then you can make it bigger if you want. So that's looking good right there. As you can see, you have the shower right there. Okay, so let's go back here, and I want to do the same thing on this side. So I'm gonna put this one on this side right now, and then flip it, and then double click. We have the bathtub right here, and then if we go on to level 2 again, model in place, generic model. I'm going to create an extrusion, and then we're going to add it here. Okay, and then change the material. Goulam 36C is the same thing that we use on the other one. I'm gonna put it on 300 for now. Click finish, and then pull it up. So just align it, AL, align at the top, and then pull it up, and then create another one. And then finish, and then pull it up again. Something like that. So everything is consistent. And then now, what we can do is we could create a void. So void extrusion, set it, pick a plane, and then select this one right here. And then similar to the other one, we need to create a larger piece of extrusion right here. Go to section so that you can see it, and then pull it back, cut geometry, and then click finish. There we go. And then let's make this one nice. I want to just paint this wall because we have a door right here. So I'm gonna paint this to something that we haven't used. I'm gonna use this one instead. So I have this one. painted at the back, and then we could add in a mirror, edit, create extrusion, pick a plane, select this wall right here, and then change this one to 5, and then mirror. Select here, okay, and then we're going to add this mirror right here. Click finish, and then sweep, pick path, and then selecting this path right here. Click finish, go to 3D, edit profile, and then we're going to use this rectangle, and then we need to put this one to 5, and then this one to 5 as well. Click finish, finish, and then it's luminaires already, so that's perfect, and then click finish on that. So we created that one as well, and that looks good. And then let's not forget to add our floor right here. So what I'm gonna do is go to architecture, click on floor, and then we have 200mm floor. We're going to edit this one. This one is limestone, and then let's duplicate this one. We could put it the second floor, and then edit. Let's change the material to gypsum wallboard, and then we could duplicate this one. And then we need to pick line. If you want, you can change the materials now on this side. So actually here, we don't need it. I'm gonna pick line right here from the wall, and then trim and extend. And then trim and extend right here. Click finish, don't attach, and then you can see now we have a floor, but it's a good idea to change the material right now. So let's select this one, and then we need to split face this one right here, so that we could change the material for the washroom here. So click finish, and then split face again for this material right here. So now, once we click on paint, I'm gonna put sash, a soft lumber for the regulars. So on the floor, but right here and here we need to select a different material. Most of the time it's so here we can even change this to oak so that you can see much better. And then here we need a stone material. So for now I'm gonna put earth so that it differs, and then maybe carpet on this one so that we can distinguish it in Twinmotion. So that's what I'm planning to do right there. So that's looking good. So here, if this one is showing like that, and then this one, what you need to do is to attach that on base and then select that. So now it disappeared there. So similar to here, attach top base and then select this floor right there, so it doesn't go over that. And then here as well, if you notice, there we go. So now everything is looking good. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the ensuite and then the shared washroom for this 2-bedroom right here. And then if you go to part 1 description, I have the shower head already added there, and you just need to download that. So for example, just download this one, shower, and then once you download, you just need to drag and drop, and then CM, and then we need to put it on this side right there. And then also on this side, we could add it on this, and then we just need to pull it up, and for this one we need to make it a bit tall, so around 2800, same height as the everything else right here. So now we just need to go into level 2, sorry, and then flip this one, and then once you flip, we'll be able to see the section where it is located. So if it's not, just move it a little bit closer, and then you'll be able to assess the height. So we're gonna put it around 400 offset. I think that's good enough height. And then here as well, 400. There we go. And then just to double check, we have it on that location now. And then if you want, we could change the material here. So for now, there's no assigned material here, but we can edit, and then here So material is already included, so we don't need to worry about that. It's already chrome, so everything is set. And right there we have, I'm planning on adding a mirror on this side as well, CS. So that we just have a separation right here. And so for the closet, I'm going to select this CS, and we're going to add a closet right about here. We can even create another one, another type of wall, because this one is too thick. So duplicate wall number, interior wall number 2, and then let's change this to 100 only. And then this one as well, make it number 3. And then we could insert load family. Let's go to doors and residential. Let's look for the sliding. Not the glass one. This one, 2 panel. Press OK. And then we need to select all of this. Open. And then C, and then DR, because that's the door. And then after that, you can even change the width if you want. So depending on what you like. And then usually what I do is I go to annotate detailed line, and then I use demolish line for this one so that it's dash line like this. That to represent the rod. And then this one, I do this one as well. And then here we could add this one as well. CS. And then after that, I use another line, which is a thin line. And then I use this and offset around just 20. Let's put 100. Something like that. And that to represent the shelvings. And then of course you just need to trim and extend, and trim and extend right here. So those are the closet, walk-in closet, and then here we only have a closet right here. And then next thing I want to do is just move this section right here. It's because I just want to add in a TV here. So CM and then TV. And then I'm going to place the TV on this side. Make sure this is a check. And then double click on the section. Pull it up. And then go and create a model in place, generic model, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here, and then that's 5, and I'm going to add this one right here, 2800, and then change this one to one of those wood material again. (32H), we already used that. 36H, we did also. And then let's just use Jara, and then click Finish. I'm going to also add another extrusion, just a simple design. I'm gonna pick this and then create three of this, around 60, and then copy, CEO again, go to multiple, and then click Finish. And then I'm just going to make this one another extrusion, pick a plane, and then another extrusion right here, and just change the material. I'm gonna use this, duplicate, just as something dark, and click Finish. And then here I want to actually change this, duplicate this one again. I'm going to make this one 1500, and then let's just put it right there. And then if you see it in 3D, a simple addition makes a big difference. So I'm going to pull it a little bit out like that. I'm gonna move this one, go back to section, and I'm going to put this one and then edit extrusion, and might as well just put it all the way right here, and then trim and extend here so that it's all the way throughout the wall, and then click Finish, go to section to level 2, and then here we could do the same thing. I'm going to flip this, and then CM, add the same 50, a little bit bigger, uncheck this one, go to section, and then pull it up, and then here do the same thing, model in place, generic model, extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select this. I'm going to add the mantle first. Set this one. Put it there, click finish, and then create another one. This one is 5, and then go change it to Jara, and then go all the way to the walls. Select this one, and then 2800, and then click finish, and then another extrusion, those simple lines like that. $170 CO. CO again, and then click finish. I'm gonna push this one all the way there, and then over this one. Click finish. Check it out in 3D. So this is the one that we just recently done. Just going to edit this part because this one needs to be 60, and then hit this one at least 75. So that's done right there. Looks good, looks perfect right there. And then what I want to do is to add the roof for this one. So we need to go to level 2, go to architecture, click on roof. We have the generic roof 400. We could edit, duplicate this one, and then roof 1. Edit, change the thickness to 200, and then here duplicate the gypsum wall board, and then press OK, and then you could use pick line, but you need to change this one to, instead of base level, we need to change it to level 3, but we're using level 2 layout. So here we just need to add all of this, but take note that there is a triangle created there, meaning it's sloped. I want a flat roof. So you need to uncheck this one before clicking anything else. So now we need to just redo that. So now after that, delete this first, and then TR, trim and extend. And then here you want to make sure that the wall is the one that you have chosen. and then click Finish. Go to 3D to see how it looks. And then here, we're going to base offset -200. And then here, select everything by clicking on tab. So select one and then click on tab, select it again, and then it will highlight all the exterior. And then after that, top offset around 400. There we go. That's our parapet. If it's too much, you can do is so you can just make it 200. And then if you want to remove the base, you can remove the base offset here. So make it 0. But it's looking like that. So I think -200 is good enough. And then if you don't want this, what you need to do is select all the walls, similar to what I'm doing right now. And then once you're done, click this one, attach top base, and then selecting this. So now it's not showing anymore. And then you can click modify and then paint, and then asphalt. So let's just use this for now. At least everything is properly added there. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish off the roof and then the second floor. And then as you can see, we have everything already created. Now, I'm just going to edit some stuff. Like for example here, I want to move this one on this part right here. So I want to move this one right here, like that. And then if we check this one, this is interior wall. Let's add the interior wall right here. So we can put it at 1000, and then we can put in a closet here as well. Something like that. And then here we just need to move this one onto this part right here. We could move it again. It's just constrained. And then I'm gonna edit this one, and I'm just gonna move it remove the constraint so that we'll be able to just link it. If not, we just need to remove it for now. And then this one, pick a new host, or we could just CS on this. So we could have it facing like this. It's just a powder room, and then I want to make this one 1700, and then this one around 800. Not 800 actually, but just 600. That's good enough for that one. And then of course we need to add the door here, and then we could move the door on this side and then make it short a bit, so around 600 is good enough. And then we could just make this one 1200. There we go. So at least we have enough room for it to maneuver. And then just place it right there. So I'm happy with this. And then we could just remove this for now. And then here, I'm going to make this one exterior wall. And we could remove this one right here, and then right here. And then edit this one, edit the boundary, and we could just slide it right here. And then of course in the roof part, we need to do the same. Actually in the roof part we don't need to, so that's good enough. And then here, what we can do is we can remove the paint. There we go. So everything is good. And then we could just add the same thing. So let's go right here and then add the exterior wall. And then we just need to add the door, the main door that we added earlier. And then let's see how it looks. There we go. So at least we have our same. And then we just need to lower this one up to the ground floor. So everything is the same. And then after that, what I want to do is to shape this area right here. But before that, I want to close this off, this part right here as well. So to do that, I'm going to use the roof as well. Second floor. I need to make it the base for the second floor. And then this one is on this part right here. So we just need to close it off. It's probably over, but we need to lower it down. So base offset -200, and then there we go, it's closed off. And then we have our area right here. If you want to extend it, to add a pool, you can do so as well, or just simply add grass part here. So I'm gonna do that. I'm just simply going to add a grass area. So I'm gonna go to ground, go to floor, edit, duplicate. This will be grass. And then edit this one, and then add the proper material. So I'm gonna use grass, and then pull it up, apply OK, and then OK. And then it's simply just picking the lines, the perimeter of this one right here on your backyard, trim and extend, TR, and then TR here, and then click finish. And then just simply add the grass part here, and we're gonna worry about the stairs later on. So we could just leave it like that for now, because I want to shape this now. What I want is to have this one all glass. So we're gonna add in, so let's go to south elevation, and we're gonna add in the curtain wall as well. So here we could click on the curtain wall. Let's go to right here, in our second floor, and then we need to go to modify, cut, select the wall, and then the curtain wall, and then there you go, we have our glass right here. But this part needs not to be glass, because it is something that we have it's the walk-in closet for this part, so we're not going to be able to do that, but still we can work on that later on. But for now, let's go to south elevation, and what I want to do, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create our shape. So what I want to do first is to go to architecture, model in place, and then choose generic model, press OK, and then press OK again, click on extrusion, and then pick a plane. We're gonna select this wall right here, and then we're going to think of the design. So what I want is something right here, a circular going above, and then here is going down like that. So it's gonna be circular, and it's gonna overlap. So what I'm gonna do first is to have this one to have this extrusion right here that is around 400. I want it to be 400 because it's something that and then it's going to be something white. So I'm going to use this ivory, duplicate it, apply, OK, and then click finish. It needs to be around maybe 300, and then we're gonna make it circular later on, and then go back to our south elevation. We're gonna do the same extrusion, pick a plane, we're gonna select this wall right here, and then we're going to have it similar to the other side, align it at the top, and then click finish. Maybe we could do this more, but we're going to edit that later on. I want to level everything up first, and then we figure it out, the designing. Align it, and then click finish, and then go to 3D. So AL, align it here, and then align it. Actually, we need to make this one a little bit more. AL, we need everything to line up, and then we're going to change it up afterwards. And then here where the door is, so I'm gonna click finish first, go to south elevation, and then here lower it down a bit, this one, we're going to go all the way to the end. So we're gonna go all the way to the end, and then we're just gonna leave it like that. And then go to south elevation again, edit in place. We're gonna do the same below. And then it will be 400 as well. So same. So extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, and then 400. And then you want to make sure that the extrusion part is kind of big so that it's easier for us. And then here, extrusion again, pick a plane. We're gonna select this plane right here, add up to 400, and then here as well. So we're gonna do the same, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, and we're gonna create and then align it. Now let's go to 3D and then align it at the top portion to lower, and then through here, and then through here. There we go. So this one will wrap around here, and then also here it's going to wrap around on this part right here. So we will have an extension right here on this side, and then we could actually close it off so we have a border wall right here. So that's something that we're going to think about later, because this border wall right here is too high as well. So we're gonna make sure to lower it down a bit. So now what I'm gonna do is I could close this off right here and have this one shape like this. So I'm gonna do south elevation, create, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall again. And then here we're going to have this one 400 from this one, and then we're going to have it curve right here. Something like that. And I'm gonna be fine with this. I'm going to trim and extend, and then click finish. So now it's going to align up to here, right there. So it will have this curve appeal right here, except for this part that we're going to void, because I want that shape right here. Even so, we're going to, if we void it on this part, it's not gonna look good. So maybe I'm going to edit, extrusion, and then just give this one that fake curve right here. So I'm gonna create an extrusion right here. I'm going to fillet arc this and something like that. That gives a lot of image right there, and then that effect, and then we could close that off. So now if we check this one, it looks like consistent. Okay, and then this one will wrap around on this side, and then of course all this one will need to be maximized so that it's all glass. And then on this part it's gonna wrap around as well. So we might need to go to another view and then wrap it around here. Then I want to go to level 1 first, and then I want to move this one so that we have space to go around here. We might thicken this one, or we might make this one bigger, but we're gonna do that later on depending on the design. And then we're gonna wrap around something right here. So we could go to level 1, and we're gonna do the same, edit in place, and then go to level 1 and go an extrusion, and we're going to use the line, something like this, and then we're going to make this one around 300, and then here 300 as well. We could we might move this one all the way here later on, so I'm just letting you know the designing phase right here. And then we need to do is to fillet arc this one. Click finish, and then all the way to the top, just like that. And then here we might align it to this part right here, so everything looks good. And then here we might just push this one all the way here, and then we're going to move this one all the way to the top, something like that. So now it's getting in shape. We could move this one all the way down so it wraps around. And then yeah, it looks much better if we just push this one all the way there and then fix this one right here, and then add the one at the top. So in Twinmotion, once we're setting up the materials, it will make sense, and then the shape of this one. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start working on our extrusions right here, our model. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go to our south elevation, and I just want to do this first. So edit, and then I'm gonna edit this extrusion right here, and similar to what we did earlier, I'm going to create a line here so that it creates this illusion that is all circular. So I'm gonna do this, and then delete this, and now just add this part right here. Click finish, and then as you can see, that looks right there. So similar to what we did here, we kind of faked it so that it's all flowing like that. So now what I want to do is to create something right here on this part. I'm going to create an extrusion here, and then with the same extrusion on this side as well. So create extrusion, and then set, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, And then because we're here already, we can navigate on this part right here. Okay, so click finish, and then it's extruded like that. So that's fine, because we're going to create a void here. And what I want to do is to go to our level 3, where we can see all of this. We're still in the extrusion area or part, but we're gonna do a void extrusion. And then we're going to create this line, and then line here, and then we're going to fillet arc it, and then something like that. And then afterwards we go and flip this, and then click finish, and then we could just go down and then cut geometry. So now it looks like that. So that's looking good right there. So everything is working out. And then what we can do afterwards is to finish off on this part. We need to actually go around here, this is going to go all the way to the side, but why not, let's fix the walls right here. So let's go right here, edit, duplicate this wall. We could put this wall to number 2, and then let's just change the material to a stone material so that we could visualize it and we could see it. So I'm going to go to stone, and then let's use this. It's already there. About this one, rubble. I'm gonna use rubble. And then we have this one right here, and then on this part we need to slice it. So SL, I'm going to slice this here, and then slice it on this part right here. And then here we could change it to exterior wall number 2, something like that, and then pull it down because it's too high. So top offset negative, let's put it negative 800. There we go. So now it's going to be consistent. And then here, what I want to do is to pull it out first and then pull it in afterwards, and then align it, AL, align it here, and then align it here. And then again, level 1, we need to move this one out and then put it or extend it a little bit so that we have this part right here. Okay, and then we need to put this one right here, but we don't need this one too, so we're going to move this one onto this side. Okay, so I deleted that because it's kinda going around this one so that it's attached to this one, so that's why. And then we go all the way right here, and then trim and extend, and then we're gonna edit this boundary right here, and then go over until here, and then trim and extend, and then trim and extend, and then click finish. We could just add this one right here, and something that looks like that, and then base constraint to ground floor to extend it all the way. The 800, it seems too high, so I'm gonna go negative 1200. So I think that's perfect enough. I'm happy with that. And then this one will go around. Maybe we could connect it as well, so we'll see about that. So for now, we will need to extend it a little bit more, and then it will follow along. So we need to follow it along. And then we need to wrap it on this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create another extrusion on this part. So I'm gonna do an extrusion, create, and then set, pick plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, and then we're going to create this one right here. I'm going to align it, and then align it. And then we could just extend this one. And then click finish. And then for this one, what I want to do is extend this part first, all the way to this one. So now this is connecting, and then we could extend this one a little bit more. And then what I want to do is to have this one covered. And then actually for the border wall, I think it's better if this one is on top of it. I think it will make sense. Okay, so we're going to fix that later on. And then here on our level 3, actually let's go to level 2. Let's finish that first. We need to shape this one now. So select this one again, edit in place, and then here edit in place right here, but every time we edit in place, it's not showing up. So what I'm gonna do, edit in place, so that's fine. We can make this work right here. I'm going to create a void extrusion. I'm going to pick this plane, or this line right here. For some reason it's in the cut plane. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to maybe create an annotation or change the view range to 0. Okay, so 0 for that, and then let's see if this one disappear again. So now it's good. It's because of the cut plane. And then here we're going to choose this line right here, and then this slide, and we need to fillet art this. I think this is perfect enough. There we go. And then after that, just crop this one right here. Go to 3D, fold it down, make sure everything is covered, and then there we go. And then click finish. And then we need to go back to level 2 and change the view range, or else it's not gonna make sense. So fix it, usually 1200 right here. And there you go. Click apply, and then okay. So as you can see, everything looks good now. So now, as you can see, this is the look that we have at the moment. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint this part right here because I want it to be a different material. So I'm gonna use asphalt first, just to change this material right here. So I'm good with that. I might have to pull up all the way to the top. So I'm probably gonna create an extrusion with asphalt bitumen. And then here, I want to know, and then I'm gonna paint it again, asphalt. I want to make sure that I didn't double it because I forgot the material that I use. So this is good enough. And then I'm going to have something at the top here. I'm going to create an extrusion. So I'm going to go to south elevation and then create another one, generic model, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane right here, and then let's look for that asphalt bitumen. There we go. Go to 3D, pull it out, I think that's good enough, and then align it to here, and then align it to here. So, and maybe align it to this face. There we go. I think that's good enough. And then of course we're going to add the glass here. So the railing. So if we go right here, we could add in a railing here, but using curtain wall. So I'm going to use a curtain wall right here, and then all the way here. And of course we need to lower it. Good enough height. Negative 1900 AL, and then go to level 2, and then you can If you want, flip it so that it doesn't go over. There we go. And then I want it to be all glass, and then here on level 2 we could put it all the way glass as well. So we could use this curtain wall right here all the way down, and then cut geometry, go to modify, wall first, and then curtain wall. And then if we go right here, we can actually push it all the way down and then cut geometry again. There we go. So now this is all the way down, and then we could see the nice nice show right there. And then on here we could maximize this one as well. I'm going to go over here up to here, and then in 3D we're gonna go all the way down, AL, align it there. And then we could maximize this if we go south elevation and then just over right here. And then now everything is looking good, as you can see. We can put a chandelier there, and then we can mold this. And then if you see this one, just fix it, something like that, edit in place so that you can see the changes right here, expand it, or edit the extrusion. Of course you can expand this and then cut geometry, and that's your result right there. It looks much better. And then let's now fix this. I want to make sure that this is all the way at the top as well. So we could do is offset only 400, negative 400, and then maybe this one is a gypsum wall board as well. And then I'm gonna duplicate this. And as you can see, this looks much better. We could even extend this a little bit. I want to showcase this one as well. So I want to move this one, something like that. Edit boundary again, and then click finish. And then here we could just align it again into this part right here. And then because this one is, so now let's just edit this. I'm probably just going to expand this one right here and then click finish again, and there you go. On the next video we're probably going to add doors right here, add mullions and all those stuff, even the stairs, and we're gonna try and finish this up on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to not finish, but work on more of the extrusion part. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and what I want to change here is to actually extend this more. So we could just put a curtain here if we want to, and then on level 1 we're going to extend on this part as well, and then we could remove this, and then on level 2 we need to add in curtain wall on this side, and then on this side as well. And then let's go to 3D and then cut geometry on that. And then here as well. And then as you can see, that looks good right there. And then we need to create the same extrusion that we have here, but in a simpler form. We might just adjust this one later on, and then here I'm going to extend this one a bit and then align it at the top here. There we go. And then here what we can do is we could align this one and then extend that part right there. So now that's looking good right there. Everything feels connected. And then we're going to add mullions as well. But first, let's edit this part. Edit in place. Go to our north elevation so that we could do this. And then create extrusion. Pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this wall right here. And then we could just create this one right here with the wall, and then offset this to maybe 200, and then going from the inside. And then we could fillet this, fillet arc, maybe 400, so that's good. And then we're gonna fix that. And then click finish. And then this one should be the same thing, ivory. This one right here. Click finish right there, and then another one again. Edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna do it on this side now. We're gonna do the same as well. Something like this. And then here, offset to 200. And then here, we just need to close this off on this side, trim and extend. And then fillet arc on this part, 400 and then here 400 as well. Click finish and then finish, and then we could just manually add this one right here, or give it spacing on that part. And then here we're just going to change this ivory, and then click finish. So only on this part that we have, and then we'll extend. Going to align it at the bottom. And then we're going to fill that part right there later on. Actually, we could just do it now. Edit boundary. Go to second floor. And then we could just go right here, something like that. And then trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. Align it, and then click finish, and then go to 3D to see how it looks. I'm going to extend it there. Then I'm going to align it, this part. Edit this part right here. And then just trim this one, and then align it. There we go. Now everything is flat in there, and then we could clean this one up. Go to north again, and then I'm just going to extrude this, fillet art this one as well. I want to see how this one looks. It's actually, I don't like it actually, so I'm just going to undo this. There we go. I think this is good enough. And then I'm going to paint around. All of this outside part, so everything is consistent with the color. Okay. just for the outside part. There we go. I think that's good enough. Everything is consistent. So that's all white. And maybe we should change this one as well, just to be sure. There we go. Then let's go to north first, and let's add in the curtain grid, so that we could add in, so 500 at top, and then 500 here as well. Let's go middle, right here, and then right here. Middle again, over here, and then over here. And then let's go to our south elevation. Let's add this one right here. We have a glass on this part. And then here, I want 500 as well from the top, and then 500 here as well, and then divide it equally. There we go. But I think that's too much, so I'm going to remove the one in the middle. Or actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to divide it by 3. I think that's perfect. And then here, divide it by 3 as well. There we go. This one, actually, we don't need a door, so I'm going to remove that. And then the mullion, I'm gonna use the square, and then all grids, and then select all of those. Okay. And then let's go to 3D. So that's all added. All grid again, right here. And then all grid right here. We could add this one right here. Then I'm happy with that. And then go to insert, load family, and then go to doors, and then here curtain wall single glass, we need to add that so that we could change this. So single glass door, yes. For some reason it's not letting us add, so okay. And then after that, we need to select one panel, change this, and then for some reason it's not loading, so I'm gonna load the single glass again. There we go, it was loaded. Select that, and then it will appear here, and then go around, select where you want to put the door is, and then change it, and then select again, and then change it there. And then you need to go to to change the orientation, you need to go to the plan view, and then here, flip it, and then flip it back, something like that. And then here, flip it, and then flip it, like that. And then let's not forget to add. So we need to add in the railing here. So I need to pull this one out. Okay, align it. And then let's go to level 2. And then I'm going to add the same thing that we added earlier. The railing here, and then another railing on this side. And then there you go. Railing there, and then railing here. I'm going to paint this one as well. And then I want to go to north elevation and then move this one a little bit more. There we go. Going to align it. Okay, go to north, fix this one. Then edit this boundary. And then click finish. A little bit more. There we go. So now everything is fixed and looks much better. I'm just gonna paint this one. So that's looking good. I'm going to add in a stairs here, but I'm gonna use a wood, so generic model. Extrusion, set, and then we're going to pick this wall right here, and then after that set this one, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this plane, and then here we're going to create our stairs. Then it's 400, so we could 180. go. Trim this one, and then trim this one. And then before you click finish, you need to set up a wood material. And then click finish, and then finish. And then we could extend this one now. So simple like that, and then click finish. So we have stairs there. Then we could just work on this one as well. And then let's top offset. We're good with this. This one is right here, the grass. And then we're just gonna work on this on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video we were able to create more of this. Like we extruded a lot more and we fixed some of the actually at the back, and then we added all of this as well. So we're still gonna continue working on this, especially in the front, and I want to at least create the site and then add in the lights. So first, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create the stairs here. So I'm going to create a model in place, generic model, and press OK. And then I'm going to set it on this plane right here. And then after that, and then I'm gonna click this extrusion right here, and I'm going to choose one of the concrete materials. Apply OK, and then select this one. And then after that, we could create this. And then once we have this, I'm gonna make sure that it's aligned to the top part right here. And then we could rotate this and then go 140 and then another 140, and then there you go. We can trim this. Trim this one, and then here, and then maybe we could push it to 130, and then here. I think this is good enough. And then move this one right here, and then something like that. Click on finish, and then push it all the way to the end like that. Click finish again, and then here I just want to double check the way we have this wall right here, because we might be able to just move it a little bit on the right side because of this one right here. So I'm going to push it just enough right here, and then we could face it like that. I'm going to align it right there, and then why not make it a little bit significant more. especially on this extrusion right here. So I want to make this one a little bit more. So I could do 150 maybe, or twice it, 300, to make it significant. So 300 on that, and then that looks good, much better. And then maybe here as well, edit extrusion, I want to make this one 300 as well. And then there we go. Perfect enough. Like that. So now it's more significant and it's more visually pleasant to see what we have there. And then maybe if we go to south, we could extend this a little bit more. So to check the distance, that's 2600.1. So what if we put this one height 2600.1? But too much. I think we need to add a little bit more, 85.4 more only. So what you can do is you put plus 84.5 and then you put equals here, and then you let Revit do the additions, so you don't need to worry about that anymore. So as you can see, that looks good. I'm going to align it on this part right here, and then I'm going to edit and add some voids here so that we could add in some lights as well. So void sweep, pick path, and then we're gonna select this path right here, and then I'm going to maybe add it up to here. Click finish, go to sweep, edit profile, and then we use this line just for distancing. I'm gonna do 30 and then 5.5. And then you can trim and then delete this. And then we could just copy this and then finish and then finish and then cut. And then another one, I want again to add void sweep, pick path here up to here, click finish, edit profile, and then we put 30 here, and then we Control C and Control V, select them, MV to move it to the proper location. Click on tab, there we go, delete this, and then click finish, and then finish, and then cut. And then lastly, another void sweep, pick path, select the path that you want to, and then click finish, edit profile, put this distance right here, 30, and then Control V, and then move it to the location, and then delete it, and then click finish, and then finish, cut. And then now we just need to add in paint, add in luminance, select this one, and we need to select the one at the back. There we go. And then once we're in Twinmotion, we'll be able to light it up. So that's good right there. And then if you go to part 1 description, you'll be able to download the one that I'm downloading at the moment. So we have 2 different kinds of face-based lighting. Pot light, we have square or we have circle. Here we're going to use the circle because we have this one is showing circular theme. So base circle, just load it here, and then you'll be able to add it to the location that you want. So I'm going to add it here for now, and then I'm going to have a consistent lighting around here. So probably around this part I'm going to have it, but I'm going to add in some lights as well on this part, something like that, and then something right here as well. So anywhere that you want to put the lights, please put it, and even at the back. Something like that. And then you can put it on this part right here. There we go. So now what we can do, we could go to ceiling plan level 1, and then here what we can do is we could add in this part onto this one. Let's add in first. So go level 1 CO, and then we could put 1000. So that's good right there. And then I'm gonna add in again CO every 1000, and then CO again. Make sure multiple is checked so that we don't need to do that anymore, and then just keep on typing 1000. And then it's up to you where you want it to be put. I'm just adding it on this side now, and I'm happy with that. And then here in the front, I want it to be lined up, so CO 1000 as well, and then we could just move it on this location, and then we could just copy it, and then 1000 again. And then we could place this one right here as well. And then let's add in more. And there we go. And then go to level 2. We need to add the same thing. There we go. I think here we just need to put 3 because there's a curvature on the ends, so we're good with that. And then place it here as well. Copy it. $1,000. And then just place it in the middle. Okay. So that's good. And then let's not forget the one at the side. There we go. And then here, let's not forget here as well. And then just make sure I'm going to just add this one on where the location of the glass is, and then I think that's good enough. I don't want to add it here anymore because there's too small. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna light it up. So I'm gonna use model in place, generic model. We could add it from here. So I'm gonna do an extrusion. Not actually extrusion. I'm gonna do a sweep. Big path. I'm gonna select all this path right here. I'm gonna trim this one on this part. And then I'm gonna select that. Maybe we have a loop that is needs to be fixed. Click finish. We need to check which one is I think this one needs to be fixed, so I'm gonna trim and extend. And then maybe I'm going to extend this one all the way down. And then click finish, edit profile. And then we could go, I think I'm going to do a 60. And then we could do 5, 5, and then click finish, and then finish, and then make sure that this is the luminance. So we're gonna finish that. So we have there. Of course, we need to add it on this side as well. So we're gonna do the same, edit, create, and then create a sweep, pick path. I'm gonna select this path right here. And then trim and extend right here. And then click finish, edit, and then we're gonna do the same, 60. And then delete this now, and then click finish, and then finish. So now it's gonna be all around here as well, and then that's the way I like it. So aside from the spotlight, we have something like here as well. So that's good. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to the ground floor and then add in more of this floors. So I'm gonna click on floor, edit, duplicate. This is floor 3. And then we could just do some concrete again. Apply OK, and then OK. And then we could just have this one something like this with an extension right here as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna loop it. So trim and extend, and trim and extend right here, trim and extend here, and then we could do something like that. And then let's not forget the door here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create an opening here. SL TR, we need to trim it, something like that. Then delete this and then click finish. So we have an opening there, and then now we could just do a model in place. Create an extrusion, pick a plane, okay, and then we could do is create an offset of 5. And then after that, make sure this is metal. And then offset this one to 25. Click finish. Push it back, something like that, and then do an extrusion. Click finish. Fix it first. And then move it a little bit, and then do array. I'm going to do last and then 16. There we go. And then click finish. Then we have our gate there, and then we have something like that now. And then let's go to ground floor again. We have it here. I'm just gonna edit a little bit. I'm going to maybe have something like this. I'm gonna trim it, delete this one, and then just this portion is something like that. That's fine there. And then CS on grass, we're going to do this as well. Something like that. So grass on that side, and then we're going to have another floor. Duplicate floor number 4. Another concrete material. And then something like this outside. And then we're going to add in a duplicate. And then we could add this one so that we have some, we could add in some houses on the side, and then another grass part on this side now. So that's perfect there. So what I'm gonna do is go to ground again, and I'm going to create a model in place, generic model. I'm gonna do an extrusion, and this will be a concrete again. Apply OK. And then here we're going to I'm gonna enlarge this part right here. Okay, and then here and click finish. I'm gonna edit this. And then I'm going to make this extrusion probably just 50, and then add in more. Okay, and then we're going to add this part as well. I just want to double check how it looks. So that's looking good. Edit this one, and then fillet art this, our entrance. and then 1200. There we go. Click finish. I'm gonna copy this. Actually, I'm gonna change a different material. So I'm gonna do a sweep 3D, pick path, and then finish, edit profile, and then here we're going to use a different concrete material. Apply OK, and then do this, and then another one right here, and then another one right here, and then afterwards trim and extend, delete, trim and extend on this one, and then trim and extend on here, fillet arc, and then fillet arc here. And then we could copy this, Control C, and then click finish, finish, and then we could do the same thing again. Create sweep, make path, make sure you select this one, finish, and then add this one right here, select profile, edit that profile, and then just add it onto here, and then click finish, and then finish. And then another one, sweep, pick path, click finish, edit profile, look for the cursor, and then select control, and then here we could just mirror it, and then delete the other one, and then click finish, and then finish, and then finish. So there you have it. We finished modeling our house. So in the next video, I'll be able to show you how to create the sheets and all those stuff. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our model. We added some lights, and then we added the curbs, streets, and then some of the floorings here for the grass and the sidewalk. So now we're gonna continue working on this, and what I want to show you guys is to how to create the sheet. So we go to ground floor first, and we need to create the camera view or the 3D view. So I'm gonna use this to create. This is the view range, so I need to go and show you guys there. And then for this one, I'm gonna click it to find, and then I'm gonna use realistic. And then as you can see, we created this view, 3D view number 1. You can change the name if you want to. And then what I want to do first is also to add in our number. So here I'm going to click on model text, and then I'm going to set it to a plane, and then I'm gonna use this, and then click on model text again, and then set it on that plane. So if we go to south elevation, let's add it again. And then here we're going to change the to 88, and then I'm gonna rotate it RO, and then here I'm going to make the depth 25. We could change the text size if you want to, but we need to duplicate it first. And then house number, and then here we could do is 300, and then I'm going to put it on this part right here. And then we could just change the material to one of the metal material. Click apply, okay, and then we have something like that. And then for our 3D view, I want this 3D view to be my starting view all the time. So we need to go to manage, starting view, and we're gonna choose this one, this name, and then every time we open, it will be the one that is going to show. After that, we go to sheet, and then click on new sheet. A1 is already loaded. If we go here, we have different kinds of title blocks. So we have A0, so you can even load all of them. I'm gonna use A0 metric, and then I'm going to create 5 more of this. So I'm gonna name the first one, so A001 cover sheet. And if you notice, Revit recognizes the sequencing, and it will make its adjustment every time you change or to create a sequence. It will notice it. So here it's gonna be first floor, and then here second floor, and then both elevations, and then elevations. And then if we go to our cover sheet, the 3D view that we created, we can double click that, and then we could go and render it. So we could render it right now, and then depending on the settings that you set is the quality of the rendering. So if you choose draft, it will be very pixelated, but it will be fast. And then of course, if it's best or custom, that's the one that will have a finer look, and then it will take a while. So because we don't have any too much time, we're just going to do draft, and then we're going to render it. It will just take a couple of seconds to render, and then we'll be able to save it, and then I'm going to show you how to adjust the exposures. So now that it's done, you'll be able to adjust the exposure right here. So you can make it darker and then give more highlights, shadows, and those kind of stuff. Then you can click apply, and then it will change automatically. If you made a mistake, you can always reset it to the default. And then you'll be able to export it to JPEG, PNG, and then TIFF file, even bitmaps. But for me, I want it to be saved in the project, and then press OK, and then it will be on the rendering right here. If we go back to our cover sheet, we'll be able to select that and then drag it, and we can take this no title and then make it bigger, similar to that. And then after that, what we can do is, I'm gonna show you how to create sheet list. So let's go to schedule, new sheet list. What I want here is sheet name and then sheet number, and then press OK. And then here we'll be able to change the appearance. So I don't want any blank space over here, so I'm gonna uncheck that. The title, I want it to be bigger, and then the header text, I want it to be 5, and then after that, I want the body to be around 3.5. So because of that, we could now put it right here, and then let's change the name here. So drawing list. And the good thing about this one is it's automatic. If you change the name on any of the sheets here, if you delete it, it will recognize it, and it will change by itself. So you don't need to worry about it. And then if you even add another sheet, it will add itself here as well. And then here we're going to drag level 1. If you see it, 1 is to 100. It's kind of small, so I'm gonna undo that and then go to level 1 and then change the scale here. So I'm gonna do 1 is to 50, and I'm going to crop this. So I'm gonna check all of this and then crop it to my desired space, or this desired area that I want to show. So once you're happy with this, you can uncheck this so that it doesn't show, and then you can just drag and drop here. In case you want to still crop it, you can still do that. Even if you crop it from here, the grid lines will follow along, as you can see. Even here, it feels like it's too much, so I'm gonna drag it. So now it looks good right there. Most of the time I put it right here, and then I add detailed line. So I'm going to put 10 and then 10, and then add a square or a rectangle so that I have those border walls. so that it will look professional. And then I'm going to remove this and then put this one right here. And if you notice, I don't want the level 1 name to show here, but instead I want it to be first floor. So it's either you change it here, first floor, and it will reflect here, or you just want to change it from here. So if you just want to change it there, you can change it right here. So first floor, select that and then click apply, and then you can grab this one so that it fits right there. For the border wall, I'm going to click on tab and then copy to clipboard, because once we go to second floor, I just want to keep on adding that. So just go to modify again, paste, current view. So we have that. We don't need to create that anymore. And similar to level 1, we already know that we need to scale it to 1:50 and then crop this one. So that we just need to drag and drop. And then after that, go to second floor, drag level 2 right about there, and then you can fix this one so that it doesn't show too much. And then here, select and add it there. Select the view again so that you will be able to change the name. Second floor, and then click apply. And then select this view again so that you can change the tail. So now that's looking good right there. Next thing is the elevation. So we have 2 elevation sheets. So we have 4 of them. So here I'm going to paste align to current, because I know it's gonna be like this. So I'm gonna see elevation east first. It's too small, so I'm going to make it big. So 1:50. Crop it. And then here I want to change it to fine, shaded, and then go to graphic display. If you want the background to be gradient or sky, you can do so. Or what I want to do is gradient. And then you want to make sure that you push this all the way up to the top. And if you have time and you want to make it nice, you can select this one so that it doesn't go over. So that's good there. Go to north, do the same thing. 1:50. Put this one to 5. Shaded. Crop. And you want to make sure that nothing is overlapping. So you look for the level. So click on tab. And then make sure to select that elbow. And then now let's look at it. So go to elevation, select east, and drop it there. Want to make sure that you put it outside, but that's usually depending on your company and how they like it to show. And then here, let's just copy pull it down a little bit, and then go to north. And then add this one right here. And then fix. So now we're going to copy both of this. And then copy to clipboard. Because we're going to go to the last elevation. And then paste it to current view. But we still need to clean this up. So 1:50. But I forgot if I put gradient here, so looks like it I forgot. So let's go to graphic display, and then background is gradient. And then go to south, fine, shaded, then background gradient, and then crop it. And then crop it like this. And then you want to make sure that you add that elbow right there. And then let's do the last elevation. Fine, shaded, background to gradient, click apply, and then go to extend under properties, check all of this, and then crop it. And then here, select the level, and then put an elbow here so that it doesn't overlap for the information on level 1. And then now just drag and drop as well. And then put the title outside like this. Select the view so that you can change the line. This one we can nudge it into place. Select this one and then select the view again so that to clean up the line. And then why not, let's add another drawing or another sheet, A0 metric. If we go to cover sheet, it created that instantly, just like I said. And then here we could do section. So now let's go to section, double click on that, but let's go back to level 1 to see where we placed our section. So here I'm going to put the section all the way to here. Okay. And then here I'm going to put this one somewhere here. So now if we go to section, you have section 1 and section 2. So here we could just move it up like that. Clean up a bit so that nothing is overlapping. All information are being shown. 1:50. Fine. We can leave it like this. And it's already cropped. So that's nice. Go section. 1:50. Fine. And then it's already cropped. We just need to pull this one a little bit and make sure that all levels are being shown properly. And then now you just need to go to section, base current view, and then section 1 right here, and then section 2. And then here we could just clean it up. And then, for example, if you want to do some callouts, so let's add in another sheet. New sheet, asymmetric, and then I'm gonna choose, or I'm gonna name it as callout. And then you could go to, for example, level 1, and then go to insert, or I think annotation. Insert. Actually, it's in view. Sorry. So go to go that, and then, for example, you want to create a view here for the stairs, and then, for example, you want the kitchen. You can do so, and then you want to flip this so that it doesn't bother all some of or some of the information, and then go to second floor and then add as well. So rectangle, I want this ensuite, and then maybe flip this one right there, and then another one, maybe the bedroom, and then put this one right here. And if you notice, the section heads are automatic, so wherever you put it, it will automatically add those information. So you just need to create those callouts. So here we have callout number 1. I believe this is stairs. Then callout number 2, I believe this one is the kitchen. And then here is the ensuite. So I'm just naming it now. And then this one is the bedroom. And then now you just need to go to the sheet. I'm going to add this lines right here, or this border lines, and then you just need to add all of those information. Then let's add more. CEO, and then we have kitchen, and then we have bedroom first, and then ensuite. Then here we could just hide this for now, so that we could add this one nicely. And then just fixing all those title right there. And then the lines. And then let's not forget to add rooms. So for example, the room, we have room here, the stairs, but we have room separators here. I think where's the room separator? Right here. So I'm going to go from this wall to this wall, so it separates this one. So you can put entrance, stairs. This will be powder room. And then here, room separator again. From here to this wall, so that it closed. And then we have this part right here that we need to separate, and then separate here. So now we could just put in room after room name. And then this one, of course, kitchen, dining, living, and then this will be family. And then this will be our laundry. And then go to level 2, and then we could just add the room as well. So here, ensuite, walk-in closet, ensuite, bedroom 1, this is washroom 1, rock in closet 2, and then this one as well. So now let's just, I'm just gonna move this one, and then once we're done, let's go and print it. So click print here, and what you want to do is combined, but we need to select our sheets. So you want to make sure once you select the sheet, it will create a separate. It went from combined to separate, so you want to make sure to put it back to combine. After that, go here, select, and uncheck this one, and then here only all the sheets. So I'm gonna check all, and I'm gonna save a preset. So this will be my full set, and then it's up to you. For example, if you want, check none. For example, you have something, this will be save as addendum 1. So you can create different preset depending of what you need. So here I will have full set, and I'm gonna save that. And then after that, press OK, and then just save it to your desktop. House. And then the result is like this. As you can see, we have our cover sheet right here, drawing list. We created 2 more, so as you can see, we didn't even need to go back and check, because we already know that it's going to be automatic. First floor, second floor, the 2 elevation, we added sections, so 2 sections, and then we added callout. As you can see, we have those callouts as well added. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish everything. I showed you how to create all the sheets, and now we're ready to send it to Twinmotion so that we could render this, and I'll show you how to create videos and images as renders. So what we need to do is click on DataSmith plugin and then export and save this one to the location. So I'm just gonna leave the name like this one and then save. And then before that, you want to make sure that you're in File and then you're in 3D model, and then you have to save it. And then open the Twinmotion, and then here, once it's open, we'll be able to delete this first. So those are the starting images, and then here we have a starting base. So now that this is clean, we can now go to the location where we save this. So I'm just gonna copy the location and then import, and then click here and then click open, and then paste this one right here, the location, and then select this one right here and then click import. Let's wait for it to finish. And then now it's loaded like that. I'm going to select this one, the starting background, and I'm going to lower it a bit so that everything is clear and it's not blinking. The blinking shows that there is an overlay of materials or a plane in here, so that's why it's blinking. So now we have this. We want to make sure that you're signed in to the account in case that we need to use Megascan, HDRI, Sketchfab, and Adobe Substance 3D. And then now let's save as and save it to the location that you want. So I'm gonna save this here actually on the Twinmotion account, file folder, and then I'm just going to use house and then save it, and then there we go. So now what we can do is to go to our materials and change this. Actually, before the materials, I'm going to go to ambient and then camera, and this is very important. You want to make sure that parallelism is checked, so this is important. And then on the environment, we want to turn on the HDRI, and then here backdrop, and then we could use this first. So the backdrop, we need to size this up, so we need to lower things down. So reflection, we need to lower the direction here. So I need to select HDRI again. So rotation, we could rotate this. There's another detail here, the height offset. that we need to set as well. And then the sizing, depending on how we want to showcase this. This is not the final background yet, so we will need to change it. But I want to start with the glass now with the material. So here, I'm gonna click on clear glass, and then I'm going to select this one right here. So once this is set, you'll be able to change the intensity, and then I'm going to change the color. So I want it kind of tinted, dark like that. And then the opacity, it's up to you. I'm just gonna give it some opacity right here like that, so that it will bounce. And then now I'm gonna go to other materials. I want the materials to be especially here, I'm going to select pick material, and this aluminum, you want it to be black. And then I want to check the metallic intensity to be 100, so that's good. I'm gonna lower the color, the tint color, to something like that. And then actually I'm gonna use that as well for this one, for the metal for this one, and then the metal for this one as well, the house number. And then I'm gonna use this one right here as well. And then now after that, I'm gonna go to wood material, and I'm going to set this one as wood and with different direction. So I'm gonna rotate this one 90 degrees, and then I'm gonna scale it a little bit bigger, and I want it to be looking like that. I think that's good enough. It's all the way to the top. And then here I'm going to make this one neon, so that it will give that glow as well. There we go. So now it will affect the other same materials for the background that we have. And we might go back to Revit because the glow here on the side, I forgot to click, but that's good enough for now. And then maybe we could push this one because of this landing here is too small, so we could do that as well. So after this, I'm going to go to wall covering. I'm not sure if I'll put concrete, maybe concrete white or base context. I think this is good for the material, so I'm gonna use that instead. I think it affects everything now because I did set everything like that, so I'm good. For this one, because it's gonna be showing, I'm going to change the wood material just because it's showing, and I would like to make it nicer for the background purpose. Maybe the chestnut with the proper scaling. I don't want any of that. I want it to be veneer. I think this is good. With a nicer veneer, maybe a 90-degree rotation. Yes. So that looks good right there. Mahogany, and then maybe here as well for the mahogany. And it looks really good. So I'm happy with that. And then here, for this, I'm going to do a metal matte chrome, and then change this one to something maybe blue or red. just to change it a bit. So we have a red door right there, and then with this one, it looks nice. And then here, actually, we're going to pick material again, and then set this one material right here to be black. So that's good right there. And then here for the grass, I'm going to go populate, and then go vegetation, place, and then we want to paint it, or scatter. Actually, I think scatter is better. And then lawn, grass, you need to put multiple of this so that the grass lawn is much nicer, and it's gonna be overpopulated, which is good for grass. And then once you click it, it will populate itself, and as you can see, it's good enough there. And then we want to make sure that everything does populate. So I'm just making sure that this one is covered as well. Even though it's going to be in the background, it's important to have that nice thick grass, so that in the images it will look good and realistic. So just adding more, and maybe here I'm gonna set the same one, mahogany, and then mahogany this wood stairs as well. So yeah, as you can see, that looks good. I don't want this mirror finish here, so I'm gonna put in clear glass, two-sided glass. There we go. So that's good enough there. And then for the metal, I'm gonna use the same metal materials here so that it's nice enough as well. It's consistent with the same materials and everything else. And then for the floor, let's do a stone material here, and then I'm gonna choose this gray, something like that. Scale it a bit, and with that, it looks much better. Even though it's in the background, it will really make a big difference in terms of the background image. And then let's change the materials for the ground here, man-made, and then we need to change this, scale it a bit, and then concrete here, and then asphalt here, scale it a bit. I'm going to do my rotation here. There we go. And then for the road, this one, maybe we could do a finer. There we go. I think that's good enough. And then maybe one more here for this one. Scale it a bit. There we go. And then what we can do is we can add in materials right here for the cars. So I'm gonna use this car and maybe a van like this, so that fits and it's good enough for the size. That's perfect right there. And then I'm going to add in some buildings or houses beside this, and I have it ready. I'm gonna rotate this. Degrees, and then lower it a bit. And then this one on the side. And then lower it a bit. There we go. It's just for a background purpose, so it doesn't need to be perfect. I just need to have that nice background right there. And then obviously we're still going to need to add more of this info right there, but this is a good start. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to just add some trees around here. I think it's better to have some trees beside this wall. It will look nice. Not this lime. Fig tree. Something small enough. Something like this one. It's good enough. Maybe we could just age it down a bit so that it's good enough for the wall. And then we could just add it maybe 6 times, and then delete some of this one right here. And then here you might add this one right here, and then just add it consistently throughout, maybe 8 times, and then age it appropriately. But it looks like a plantation, so I'm just gonna do this. Probably gonna age it a bit, something like that, and then add it manually so that to give different age. Okay, and then of course this one we need to delete, and then lower this one, age this one down, so you have more control. And then we could add in this grove right here, just to give that more. Okay, I think that's perfect enough. And then here, maybe we could just add this one right here. Okay, and then I'm going to add some big trees at the back here. Something like that. And then at the back here as well. Put it right here in front. There we go. And then here, I kind of want to rotate this. So that's perfect right there. And then maybe the size, make it big enough to have that nice background right there. And then here, I'll probably just add something. Under miscellaneous, like the real hedge, but I'm going to make it small, so I'm gonna scale it down. I think that's good enough. I want it here on this side. And then I want it on this side as well. And then maybe I'm going to shift this one. Then scale it a bit. And that looks perfect right there. Maybe I need to increase this a bit. Okay. So that looks perfect right there. I like the way this one looks, and I'm happy. So in the next video, we're gonna continue working on this. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 21 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set the materials, and then we added all the user library, like for example this building here, and then also we added some grass, trees, and cars. I'm just gonna fix this one right here. I want all the Asian mangrove to be lowered a little bit down so that it doesn't show the stem too much. I just want it to be like a bush basically. And basically I want to highlight the tree itself, not that, just like this one's right here. So I'm happy with that. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add in the lights. So here I'm going to light and going to spotlight, and then we're going to basically add this one right here, but we need to set up. So I'm going to set the correct temperature for the light, because I don't want it to be too white. So I'm going to set it to at least 2800, I think 2800, and then I'm going to put it at 10, because once we're in rendering mode it will be too much for that if it's like 300. So I'm just gonna set it like that. And then here, the one that we have right here, the neon, I'm going to put it in yellow as well, yellowish color. So as you can see, that lids like that. I think that's good enough, something like that. And then here we can add this one every 1000 or 1 meter. And then here, actually maybe this one is 1 meter as well. Yeah, that's correct. So we're going to add it on this one now. And then because we set up this one with every 1 meter, it's gonna be easier for us to add all of this all together. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 there. So we need 5 at every 1 meter. There we go. And then select this last one so that we could just copy it right here, and then select 1000 for 1. Next we're going to copy this going down, and then let's add it here first where this is located. And then here, add this one. And then I think 5 again. There we go. And then we could add it in front as well, and then on this side. So it's just a little bit time consuming to add lights, especially when you're a beginner, but once you get the hang of it, and then you know your distancing and you maintain those distancing, it will be really easy afterwards. So just the initial changes are the ones that takes longer, especially right here. But once I grab it and put it in the proper location, it's easy to copy. So hold on Shift and then 1 meters and 1 only. So we have all those lights, and then we need to dimmer some of the lights right here. So I'm going to select, using my control button, all these lights fixtures right here that needs to be at 2800. Okay, so let's maintain those. We also have this one right here. And then 2800. Okay, and then here, this is showing too much right here, 2800, and then 10 only. There we go. So at least everything is properly lit and it's reflecting nice enough right here. So after that, I'm going to add in curtain, and this curtain will give this nice look right here. So I think I have it in my user library, and then curtain, and then maybe we could just add a simple one like this right here, and then let's rotate this one 90 degrees, 180 actually. Now just take note, this will be going inside right here. And then what we can do is we could make this one stretch a bit, not too much though. I think this one is not good enough. I'll do the other curtain instead. So this one, and of course we need to set up a proper material for this. I think this is perfect for the size. And then because where the location of the door is, we could just leave it like that. And then maybe we could just create a copy here, and then this copy we could make it small. Problem is this one, so I'm gonna copy this again, and I'm only going to make it short on that part right there. And then here Maybe we could use silk. See this one afterwards in rendering. So in render we need to set the lumen so it looks nicer, and then path tracer, but we're going to put it in low first. We want to see the bounce of everything here. I probably need to raise this a little bit more, and then I'll probably need to add here the opacity a bit high. Then let's put this one colored, but lower this one's. But in this case, there's nothing else to see here, so it doesn't make sense. So just the basic or standard, and then increase this one. So we still need to have that background a bit, and then if we probably increase this, at least we have those backgrounds. We could add in some lights here so it reflects, and then I'm gonna lower this one a bit. I think that's good enough. I think 70, around 70 is good. So I'm gonna lower, I'm gonna heighten all of this up to the ceiling, and maybe push it a little bit. Right to the wall. And then here, this one as well. Put it up a bit, and then from the wall, like that. So that looks good right there. And then maybe I'm going to add in a chandelier here, and then some lights. So lights, and then we could add in this chandelier right here. Good enough right there. It looks promising. And then I'm going to put this one in neon color. There we go. I'm just gonna glow this one around 20. and then this one is a metal finish. So if we see that, we have some backgrounds there, and then I'm going to add some lights as well, so why not? There we go. I'm gonna put it here on this end, and then just add it. And then the 2 spotlight, we're gonna copy on the other side. Simple, yet it will really make our background really good. So now we have that nice there. Then go to user library. I'm gonna go to my user library again, and I'm going to add this, and then rotate this one 90 degrees, and then I'm going to push it. This is for the family room, for the living area. Pull it up. And I'm going to use this material right here so that it will be transparent, and I'm going to put it to something gray, and I think that's good enough right there. And then once we're here, let's see how this one looks. So it looks transparent there. We know that there's something. And then here as well. So I'm happy with that. And then now I'm going to add in some lights here as well. So I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna rotate it 180, and then go like that. Then I'm going to add this one maybe leave it like that, and then 4 times. And then I'm gonna copy it for the other side. And then rotate it for the other side. And then maybe 5 more. And then there we go. We have something like that there. And then here as well. Okay. one's good. Could add in some. I'm gonna put some layers here. Here as well. Then now we need to create our image. So I'm going to add this one right here. So go to our media, click here, and then of course we need to do path tracer. Make sure it's high quality, camera, and then focal point or focal length. We need to increase it so that it shows the whole thing. I think this is perfect enough. And then I'm going to go on the side. And then the other side as well. Then I'm going to create a different season. So maybe this one with an extra focal length. And different I want to change the season here. time. And then maybe another one of this. And then here, let's change the a fall season or a spring season. So that's perfect right there. Maybe I'm gonna move it a little bit on the side. There we go. And then let's create our video now. So to start, let's undo this right here. And then for this one, let's do it standard. Select here, select that, and then go move forward. Seven seconds. I wanted to go around here, so add a keyframe. Leave it at 10. Going down. 5 seconds. Going on the side. Let's straighten this. Six seconds. Go front. Four seconds. Seconds. Going out. 5 seconds. Going out here. 6 seconds. And and then the season change. Maybe here until here. Leave it like that. I'm going to change here. Environment. Season change. So I just want to review this one. Looks good, so I'm happy with that. Select here. Before it shows how much seconds or minute you created here, but for some reason it doesn't now. So I think it's under 1 minute still. So I'm gonna duplicate this and rename this. And then this one is shorts with 1,700. There we go. So now after that we can go export. I'm going to do this one first, and then the image you can select all, and you want to make sure everything is like that, and then select all, and then save it first, and then export it afterwards. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.